Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for tuning in again for our ongoing coverage of the war in the Middle East here on Nemico Network. We have a lot of news to go over this evening. We're going to be kind of doing a long-haul stream tonight. Again, a lot of new major developments. We have 3 breaking stories, which we're going to be starting off with tonight. Just give me a few seconds here. Again, I'm getting some things set up here in the background so we can get this show on the road. Salty Southerner, good to see ya. Says, I did not get a notification either. YouTube is bugging. No bueno. That is no bueno. Yeah, if you guys have not yet voted, we have a poll going over on the YouTube channel. Basically, we're asking, who we're trying to see who's getting notifications from YouTube and who isn't. If you haven't casted your vote in that poll, go ahead and do that. It's over on the YouTube channel in the posts section over there. Bubba, good to see ya. Sarah Louise, good to see ya. J Bell Vax, good to see ya. Thank you for tuning in. Liquid Light Aerospace, good to see you as always. LD429, shout-outs to you. Doug Wilson, Randomness, Rakasan, good to see ya. Big shout-out to all the mods tuning in tonight, both here on YouTube and Twitch and over in the Discord. Enigmatic, good to see you. Larry, good to see you. Mainly Speed, good to see you. Bernie, good to see you. Again, just give me 1 second here, guys, while I get a few things going. Scotty Knows, shout out to you. Thank you so much for the super chat over there in the YouTube live chat. Highly appreciate it. Highly appreciate it. All right, so, again, we're going to be going through, like, the last 8 to 12 hours here, getting everybody updated on what's been going on. I'll be kind of reading off our main headlines, our main stories here to start with, and then we'll be jumping over into our X feed here on x.com/Nemico Network. There's a link to that in the description below. Again, we'll be getting you guys updated on all the in-depth open source intelligence reports that we have aggregated over there in the feed over the past 8 to 12 hours. We'll be keeping an eye on our live feeds as well tonight. Again, we're opening up here with the view above Beirut. We actually have 2 separate feeds coming out of Beirut, both slightly different angles here. Same rooftop, different angles. We also have 2 feeds out of Tel Aviv, and then we have a few other feeds scattered around the Middle East as well that we are getting in live. One day, good to see ya. Sophia, good to see ya. The Nikki, good to see you tuning in. Angelina, good to see you. Says, I got notification here on YouTube. Good stuff, good stuff. Optimus, good to see you. David, good to see you. To John Tario, good to see you. Uranus, good to see you. Kimberly in the Wild, good to see you tuning in. Says, I'm not seeing the poll, but I did get a notification on my phone. Yeah, the poll's over on the YouTube channel in the posts section. Not here in the live chat, but maybe we can post a link to that in the live chat here at some point. Harlan Martin, good to see you. Good to see you. All right, so we're going to start with our primary headlines this evening. Let me balance out our audio here. Again, coming in from, I believe it's Tel Aviv. We're getting some pretty loud audio coming through here. Yeah, it's coming out of Tel Aviv there. So I'll tone that down. Of course, after we go through our main headlines and our open source intelligence feed here on X, we'll be taking a look at the some of our other open source intelligence tools. A lot of air traffic up in the air, up in the skies above the Middle East at the moment. A lot of these aerial refueler aircraft, quite a few actually, up on the map at the moment that we are tracking. We also have a P-8 Poseidon that's hanging out here above the Middle East. Call sign Moose 69 is hanging out here above Saudi Arabia at the moment. We've been tracking that one for a few hours here. It's kind of come on and off, over the past few hours here. Its transponder, again, has deactivated and then reactivated a couple times here, as you can see on the map. But at the moment, it's hanging out over Saudi Arabia. Actually, sorry, this is the C-17 Globemaster. Where's that P-8 Poseidon we saw a few minutes ago here? Might have actually already gone off the map. Oh, no, here it is. Here it is. Unknown call sign. Sorry, unknown call sign. Again, that's that Boeing P-8A Poseidon hanging out there, also over Saudi Arabia. Moose 69 actually also just came back up, though. Again, that's that C-17A Globemaster. And then we have quite a few of the aerial refueling aircraft, including one hanging out in a holding pattern here over the Persian Gulf at the moment. So a lot of activity in the skies above the Middle East at the moment. We'll be keeping an eye on that through platforms like Flight Radar 24. We're also keeping an eye on the skies via ADS-B here as well. We'll be taking a look at some of the latest developments here from NASA through the FIRMS satellite, taking a look at some of the most recent fires that have popped up here, and we'll be cross-referencing those to some of the open source intelligence reports that we have. We'll also be taking a look at some of the activity here throughout the Strait of Hormuz and the Gulf, taking a look at some of the maritime and naval activity that's been happening there. Again, a lot of that GPS jamming still occurring. As you can see here, we're getting some really sporadic AIS, some really sporadic transponder activity from some of these ships here in the waters here surrounding Iran and the Gulf nations. This right here is a perfect example of that. Again, a lot of GPS jamming and interference happening down there at the moment, and that's what's causing a lot of those glitches that we're seeing. We'll also be taking a look at maybe some of the other tools here that we have access to via Nemico rPanel. Of course, we have our air raid alert map up and operational here, keeping an eye on the territory of Israel. So again, if we get any live alerts coming through from Israel, we should be getting those. We will be getting, again, a sound that will play right there. You can hear that. Again, when an alert comes through, we'll hear it, and we'll be able to take a look at what's going on there in Israel. Rakissan, yep, we have the names of the six airmen, again, that are deceased, again, as a result of that crash that occurred in western Iraq. Again, that KC-135 aerial refueler went down there in western Iraq, and we have the names. Those have been released today. I'll be touching on that as well later. Again, as we view the skies above Beirut, I'll switch over this camera to Tel Aviv here. Get that updated there real quick for you. We're going to go ahead and get right into our latest updates for you guys, our major headlines here. Again, you're watching Nemico Network, again, with our breaking open source intelligence live report. It's Saturday, March 14th, 2026. We are live on day 15 of this ongoing war in the Middle East. And the war in Iran has officially entered its third week now. And this morning, it's escalated again. And we're going to get right into it here. Again, we're leading today with three breaking stories. First, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad in Iraq there has been struck. We'll be going into that here in a second. Secondly, Iran has now threatened to destroy UAE's biggest ports and has ordered civilian evacuations there. Thirdly, Russia's role in this war has just become confirmed at the highest levels. I got some more details to share with you guys tonight about that, about Russia's involvement there, about that situation that's been ongoing. So again, we'll be getting to that in just a few moments here. Again, if you guys have not already, hit the like button down at the bottom beneath the stream. Again, it helps get this information out to more people. I will most likely be getting another live chat poll going here in the live chat here shortly. I'm working on that at the moment, so stand by for that. Big shout out to everybody tuning on Twitch tonight. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. For those that don't know, we do dual stream both to YouTube and Twitch. There's links to our Twitch down in the description below if you're watching on YouTube. And if you're watching on Twitch and you want to join us on YouTube, there's a link down below the stream in the About section. Again, in case you don't want to watch on one platform, we're always available on the other. If you haven't already, join our Discord server. There's a link to that in the description below. Again, a great resource over there for 24/7 open source intelligence updates. We have our own aggregated automated feeds over there coming from our feeds like X and platforms like rPanel. And also there's we have a great community that's been aggregating all sorts of reports and information, and you can join in on the community discussion over there, which is also quite insightful as well. We just got done doing a whole bunch of updates over there to the Discord server. Highly recommend it. And as before we begin here, as I always say, again, this is a community effort, so feel free to, again, drop your analysis or reports in the live chat or post stuff over on the Discord. preferably in the Situation Room there, but you can post it in other channels if it doesn't necessarily fit within the, again, the outline of the Situation Room. However, again, to reiterate, this is a community effort. So, for those of you that like to track, say, aircraft or ADS speed, stuff like that, you see an aircraft we haven't seen or a call sign you want to let us, you want to get over to us so we can get it up on stream and take a look at it. Drop it in the live chat. Drop it over in the Discord. Same thing goes if you're into, tracking vessels here, naval activity, maritime activity, and you see something we should be looking at or a report, that we should be looking at, let us know. Same goes for, radio and signals, geolocation, etc. Again, this is a community effort, so I highly recommend, you let us know what you're seeing. You contribute in the live chat, and again, we'll do our best to get it up here on the screen for you guys, and we'll kind of maybe do a little bit of analysis on whatever you're seeing. So, all right. So, without further ado, again, we're going to start with our primary headlines here as we watch the skies above Beirut. Starting with Baghdad. This morning, a missile struck a helipad inside the U.S. Embassy compound in the Iraqi capital of Baghdad. This is the Green Zone. Again, for those that don't know, it's the most heavily fortified diplomatic district in Baghdad, in Iraq, in all of Iraq, you could say. Again, smoke was seen rising from the building. An Iraqi security source told Al Jazeera and other reporters today that the strike also damaged part of the embassy's own internal air defense system. I will have more reports on this when we go over to our X feed here. Again, this is not the first time the compound has been hit, but the strike on the helipad marks a new level of precision and boldness from the Iran-aligned militias operating inside Iraq. I know I've been talking about those Iranian-backed militias quite a bit here on the reports over the past week or so. In response, the U.S. Embassy issued a Level 4 security alert, its highest, by the way, urging all American citizens remaining in Iraq to leave immediately by land. They were quite specific about that. They said to get out by land, again, because commercial flights are not available. And let that sink in, folks, for a second there. The U.S. is effectively telling its own citizens, get out of Iraq, right now, any way you can. So, again, there's been kind of a new level of urgency put in place there in Iraq. And, again, we'll have more on that when we hop into our X feed here and start going through some of the reports that we have for you guys this evening. Our second lead story tonight, Iran is now threatening the UAE directly and naming targets specifically, following a U.S. bombing of that Karg Island on Friday, which, again, for those that don't know, is this island here, again, in the Persian Gulf. Again, many targets were struck on this island in what the U.S. called some of the heaviest bombing so far in this operation that occurred there. However, I want to emphasize they did leave a lot of the oil slash energy infrastructure on the island untouched. They mainly, again, were just conducting strikes on military infrastructure on that island. Again, we have more details on that later tonight. However, Iran's IRGC issued an extraordinary statement today declaring that U.S.-linked ports, docks, and military shelters in the UAE are now, quote, legitimate targets. They named 3 specific ports, Jebel Ali in Dubai, again, which is the busiest port in the entire Middle East, by the way. Let me see if I can zoom in on where that's located here. Again, that's in this area here in Dubai. We actually have a couple strikes that have been geolocated here on the map in the past 12 hours. We'll get into those later. Again, that is the busiest port in all of the Middle East, you could say. Khalifa port in Abu Dhabi, and Fajuriya port as well. Again, so 3 separate ports they're threatening there. Again, Fajuriya is a major bunkering hub near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran ordered civilians to evacuate these areas immediately. Hours later, a fire broke out at Fajuriya's oil facilities. Debris from an intercepted Iranian drone struck the site, partially suspending oil loading operations at that site. The UAE's air defenses on Saturday alone engaged 9 ballistic missiles and 33 drones launched from Iran. So again, a little bit of an uptick there in the numbers that we've been seeing over the past few days. Since the war began, the UAE has faced 285 ballistic missiles sent from Iran and 15 cruise missiles and about 1,567 drones. That's those one-way attack drones, mostly the Shahed 136 variety. Again, at this moment, Dubai is still open, but it is under active fire. And again, I reiterate, I will have more on the in-depth analysis and reports when we go over into our X feed here shortly. Now, with our third story here tonight, kind of the Russian confirmation, the confirmation of Russian involvement, you could say. Ukrainian President Zelensky publicly stated this morning that his intelligence has confirmed Russia supplied Iran with drones and shared intelligence since the start of this operation used to attack U.S. military bases in the Middle East. Again, this is no longer a rumor or leaked Western intel. This is a head of state on the record making a direct accusation here. Russia has denied it, of course, but between this statement and earlier reports of Russian tactical drone guidance to Iran, again coming from Western intel officials, the picture here is being painted. It's being painted of one of Russia actively enabling Russian strikes on American forces. So they are actively guiding, giving guidance to the Iranians on how to strike certain American U.S. targets here, again, within the Middle East. And, of course, that's a significant geopolitical development that goes far beyond the Middle Eastern theater here. And, again, we'll talk about that more later in tonight's show. Give me one moment here. I'm just taking a look at a couple of the reports I'm getting in. Again, for those that are posting over in the Situation Room at the moment, I will be getting into those when we start going through our feed over on X, so stand by there. We'll get those up on screen. Don't worry. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Again, I'm just looking at a few things that we got coming into us at the moment. And, of course, I will be reading off the live chat here in between me reading off these headlines here and then hopping into our open source reports. I will start reading off some of the stuff that's in the live chat there. So, again, for anybody that has questions or comments, stand by on those, and I will also, again, begin reading those off here in just a few moments. Stand by for that. All right, so, next up, we're going to move through the other major developments from the last 24 hours here before we hop into our open source intelligence feed. Okay, the U.S. State Department has put a $10 million bounty on Iran's supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, along with 10 other senior IRGC officials. I reported on that last night, but we have a little bit more detail on that situation here this evening. Tipsters are being directed to contact authorities through Tor. Again, that's that Tor network, that VPN network there, or also Signal Chat, okay, and may qualify for relocation out of Iran, as well as that $10 million reward. Iran's foreign minister pushed back immediately, saying, quote, there's no problem with the new supreme leader. He is performing his duties, but Khamenei has still not appeared on camera, not once, since the war began day one. And again, we've been talking about that this week. We haven't seen any video footage, any actual updated pictures of him. There was only that statement that was read off by an Iranian news reporter on Iranian state media the other day. Again, basically a written statement that was read off by that news broadcaster there in Iran. Other than that, we've had no concrete proof of his current status. So again, that's still under watch here. On the naval front, the USS Nimitz, the oldest active aircraft carrier in the U.S. fleet, which was literally sailing home to be decommissioned, actually, has had its service life officially extended to March 2027. The Navy tied the decision directly to the ongoing war here in the Middle East. The United States now has 3 carrier strike groups operating in the region simultaneously. Again, with more vessels inbound to the region. And actually, if we take a look here, I can kind of give you guys kind of an understanding here. So we have the Abraham Lincoln operating down here in the Gulf. The Gerald Ford was operating in the Mediterranean, then transited down and is still holding here in the Red Sea. And then the USS George H.W. Bush is hanging out here in the Mediterranean at the moment. So we got kind of 3 axes here, 3 axes of attack again, that the U.S. Has at their disposal from sea. And again, other vessels are en route to theater, including those vessels that are, again, coming along with that Marine Expeditionary Unit that has just been deployed to theater here. And again, I'll have a little bit more to talk about that later this evening. Again, so they are sending the USS Nimitz, or they've, again, extended its service life, I should say. And it's possible that the Nimitz, again, will be joining these ships here in the Middle Eastern theater here in the coming weeks. President Trump took to social media today calling on China, France, Japan, South Korea, and the United Kingdom to send warships to keep the Strait of Hormuz, quote, open and safe. Britain said it is discussing a range of options with allies. No nation has committed forces yet. I know I've talked about a few possible additions here to the allied forces in the region over the past week here, but again, no nations have committed as of yet, as of right now. But they're in talks to do so. The pressure to internationalize the Hormuz security mission is now public and very explicit. So they are, again, they're kind of pushing this topic more and more here in the U.S., again, from the U.S. administration. They want to get more parties involved here in lending aid to securing the strait. And again, we'll talk more about that later. In a potential and very cautious diplomatic signal, Turkey's foreign minister told the Associated Press today that Iran may still be open to back-channel diplomacy through Turkey, no doubt. No formal talks are happening at this moment, but the channel reportedly isn't fully closed at this time. Iranian leaders, he said, feel betrayed, attacked while nuclear negotiations were literally ongoing, as they said there. Whether that sentiment leads to talks or to more aggressive retaliation, again, remains kind of the central question here in this war. And again, before I close for our major headlines here, I got some numbers for you guys. Coming from some reports today, we now estimate over 3,000 people, 3,000 individuals, military and civilian, have been killed across the entire Middle East since 28 February. Again, that's kind of analysis coming from multiple of the statistics, from the reports that we've got and have, been compiled here. And that's the current estimated figure that we are looking at. Around 3,000 individuals, again, have lost their lives in this conflict so far. That's including Iranians, that's including U.S. service members, that's including civilians in Israel, Lebanon, and in the Gulf. In fact, I can kind of break that down for you here, the numbers. Iran's own health ministry reports about 1,444 have been killed and more than 18,000 injured inside Iran alone. In Lebanon, we're looking at around 773 dead. 850,000 people have been displaced there in Lebanon. Again, we've been watching those evacuations live here over the past week or two. Again, people leaving places like Beirut, and people moving out of southern Lebanon and moving north, again, kind of to the middle of the country there. Israel completed its 400th wave of strikes, hitting over 200 Iranian targets in the last 24 hours. Missile launchers, defense networks, weapons production facilities all are on that list. U.S. and coalition forces have now struck more than 15,000 total targets since the war began. Again, that's more than 1,000 per day. I know I reported over a week ago, within the first week of the conflict, that they had broken a record at 900 sorties in under 12 hours. Again, we're looking at around 1,000 strikes per day by U.S. air assets in the region. Again, a very high operations tempo here by both the U.S. military and the Israeli military as well. Scotty Knows 54 asks, has Israel lost any troops or aircraft? Again, we've seen some reports that they have. However, they have not officially released numbers in any major capacity yet. Again, we're still kind of keeping an eye on that to see if we get some updated figures from Israel. We have seen reports of civilian deaths, civilian casualties out of Israel, though. So again, that is your kind of breakdown of our major headlines. We're now going to switch over into our open source intelligence feed here. But just to reiterate, kind of a bottom line up front for you guys, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad is on fire. It's been struck by, again, those Iranian-backed militia groups in Iraq there, in a pretty major escalation, I should say. Again, and then Dubai's ports are being threatened with evacuations ongoing there as well. Russia, again, has been confirmed in the picture, and the USS Nimitz isn't going home. You know, they're sending it back to, again, the theater there, and this war is not ending. So, again, stay locked in here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to get started here on our open source intelligence feed. First, I'm going to scroll down to about the 12-hour mark here, and we're going to work our way back in time, again, going through everything kind of in more depth here, and get you guys updated on everything that's been going on in the Middle East. Rock-san, thank you much. I appreciate it. Gontura, thank you for tuning in. Oh, I think we went a little too far there, ladies and gentlemen. Let me scroll back up here. I definitely went too far. We got to get back up to the 12. We're going to start at the 12-hour mark, not 24 hours ago. 13. Where's the 12-hour mark here? We'll start here at the 12-hour mark, and again, we're going to start going through our open source intelligence feed. Lead Farmer, good to see you. Epi Moo, good to see you tuning in tonight. Power Man, good to see you. Thank you much. I appreciate it. Yeah, we try our best not to be political here. Again, I try my best to be as unbiased and non-political as possible when we do these streams. Again, I'm all about the data. I'm all about the open source intelligence data and reports. I like to stay away from opinion. Again, I feel like it's counterproductive for this type of content. Benny Hill, good to see you. Good to see you tuning in. Gaffords, good to see you. Michelle Dawson, good to see you. Asks, does anyone think that this can be sorted soon? Well, we hope. We hope. But again, at this moment, does not look to be the case. Sarah, good to see you. Good to see you. Curtis West, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in. Again, just trying to go through some of the comments here, seeing if I missed any questions. If I did happen to miss any questions here, again, feel free to repost them in the live chat, and I'll try my best to get those answered there. What I'll do is tonight I'll read off, as I'm reading off these open source intelligence posts here on X, every post or every other post, I'll try to read a comment or a question from the live chat. Random Krieger says, Nemico Network, it isn't that most of your regulars are worried about being political. It's everyone else. Of course. Oh, give me 1 second here. Looks like our feed there went down for a second. Okay, we got it back up. Dylan says, got the notification for the live. That is good. Powerman says, I like facts. I hate emotional war footage. I like it here. I appreciate it, Powerman. I appreciate it. Again, we try to keep things as factual as possible here, as non-opinion based as possible. Gantour says, is there a live feed up? Do you mean a live video feed? We have 4 on screen, and I have about 8, again, that I'm currently getting in. If anything active happens on those, we can switch to those at moment's notice. But I got 2 out of Tel Aviv and 2 out of Beirut at the moment. We also have Qatar, Doha, Qatar, and a couple others. We have Jerusalem. We have a couple others from across the Gulf nations there. Nathan, good to see you. Asks, would like to hear your in-depth view on where it all currently stands. I'll get into some more of the, kind of analysis and assessment from myself here, probably after we go through the X feed. So stand by for that, and we'll probably start going. Well, at that point, I'll start, kind of talking more to the chat, answering questions and stuff, and I'll probably go into more detail on where I currently think this is standing here. Agracolar Banus, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that one correctly, says, so is there any OSINT about Netanyahu being alive or not? Some people say his latest video was AI faked. All signs point to him still being alive. I haven't seen anything to prove otherwise, but again, we just don't have any details there. I don't think his latest video was AI faked. However, I could go and look at it. I do not think so, though. Again, I do not think so. Michelle Dawson says, it's hard not to get political when people are killed. However, I do like the facts. That way we know what is happening. Exactly. All right, so without further ado, we're going to get into our X feed here, starting at 12 hours. I will try my best to read off comments and questions in the live chat as I'm going through. So again, feel free to post those over there in the live chat, and I'll work through those as much as I possibly can. After we're done with the X feed, I'll kind of start doing that a little more here. But I think every few posts or every 5 posts or so, I'll try to read off a question from the live chat here. So again, post those there. And then for anybody that is posting in the Situation Room at the moment or over in any of the Discord channels that wants me to take a look at something, I'll try my best to kind of get those up on screen as I work through this reporting here. So again, post your stuff over there, and we'll try to get to it. Feel free to mention me if you have something that you really want me to look at, and again, I can try to get it up here on screen. 12 hours ago, President Donald Trump has announced, quote, many countries will be sending warships to aid U.S. Navy efforts to keep the Strait of Hormuz open, claiming that 100% of Iran's military capability has been destroyed. I'm going to read you this post here. Again, this is coming from Donald Trump's Truth Social account. He says here, many countries, especially those who are affected by Iran's attempted closure of the Hormuz Strait, will be sending warships in conjunction with the United States of America to keep the strait open and safe. He says, we have already destroyed 100% of Iran's military capability, but it's easy for them to send a drone or two, drop a mine, or deliver a close-range missile somewhere along or in this waterway, no matter how badly defeated they are. He also says, hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected by this artificial constraint will send ships to the area so that the Hormuz Strait will no longer be a threat by a nation that has been totally decapitated. In the meantime, he says the United States will be bombing the hell out of the shoreline and continually shooting Iranian boats and ships out of the water. One way or the other, we will soon get the Hormuz Strait open, safe, and free. Again, that is coming from President Donald Trump on his Truth Social account there. At 11 hours ago here, some oil export operations at the UAE's port of Fujairah have been suspended after an Iranian drone attack this morning. Again, I commented on that earlier when I went through those main headlines. Again, they say here, multiple areas of the port, a key installation and the UAE's only export terminal outside of the Strait of Hormuz have been struck. We have a video of some of the smoke rising above that port here on screen. Kind of hard to see there. Again, I believe we do have a few of those geolocated onto the live universal awareness map, and I'll take a look at that here in a little while. Also, 11 hours ago here, again, it says some oil loading operations suspended after fire in UAE's Fujairah port there. 11 hours ago, U.S. Army HIMARS systems shooting a ATACMS tactical ballistic missile at an Iranian target earlier this week. Army field artillery units have conducted a number of fire missions so far during the war, including one that destroyed an Iranian submarine. Again, kind of a first strike of its kind. Again, a land-based U.S. Army HIMARS system taking out a submarine. That's kind of unheard of, so that's definitely a new thing. You see here on screen, again, this image of that HIMARS system launching one of those rockets there, one of those missiles. 10 hours ago, coming from Centifender into our X feed here, an E-2D Hawkeye airborne early warning and control aircraft with the Bear Aces of Airborne Command and Control Squadron 124, VAW 124, alongside FA-18E/F Super Hornets with carrier wing CVW-8. Again, take off from that aircraft carrier here for strikes in and around Iran is seen in this footage here on screen. This is coming from today. Lead Farmer says a sub hit last year near Crimea. Yeah, but that was not the U.S. Army. It's a first for the U.S. Army and the HIMARS system to strike a submarine. That's a first-of-its-kind strike that we've seen from the U.S. Army, at least. 10 hours ago here, coming from OSINT Technical into our feed here on X, major wave of U.S.-Israeli airstrikes reported across Iran this evening, with explosions reported in Isfahan, Tabriz, and Tehran as well. You can see some images here on screen of those strikes. Some pretty massive blasts there, especially this one here. Again, reported in, I believe this was in Isfahan, this one here, if I'm not mistaken. 11 hours ago, some other images coming out of Isfahan. Again, where those strikes occurred, you can see on screen here. Nine hours ago, the IDF has announced that 2 senior intelligence officers with Iran's Qatam al-Anibia Emergency Command were eliminated Friday in a strike on Tehran. You can see their names here. Again, they're key figures in Iranian intelligence community. The officials were close to the leadership of the IRGC. Both have been eliminated. Again, adding to that ever-growing list of targets that the IDF has eliminated here. 9 hours ago, coming from the UK Ministry of Defence, British jets are actively engaged in air defense operations over Qatar, Cyprus, the United Arab Emirates, and Bahrain. Additionally, per this release, again, that's Qatar, Cyprus, UAE, and Bahrain. They are operating in that area. Again, following recent strikes on coalition bases in the region, multiple drones were shot down overnight by a British counter-drone unit there. So again, the Brits getting more involved here by the day in defense, again, of some of the installations in those Gulf nations there. Get another cross post about those IRGC leaders that were eliminated there. 9 hours ago, Iran warns Ukraine it could become, quote, a legitimate target, accusing Kyiv of aiding Israel with drone support. Again, that's coming from a lawmaker there in Iran. That was, again, a statement made during an interview that he gave. 9 hours ago, Iranian missiles were detected towards northern Israel. More of that cross-posting there. 9 hours ago, IRGC naval base in Sirjan hammered in intense strikes. Again, this is footage coming out of Iran today.
23 اسفند پایگاه نیروی دریایی پشتیبانی سیرجان ساعت 7 صبح انفجار.
Harlan Martin says, great question, by the way, says, curious question, how does the IDF verify these guys were killed? Do they have assets on the ground in Iran? Well, there's two ways. First is, they usually have recon assets, aerial reconnaissance, again, that is keeping an eye on these targets as they conduct these strikes. So that is one way that they can get confirmation of a kill when they're conducting these strikes. The second is, yes, ground assets. Whether that be Israeli agents like Mossad agents that are on the ground there in Iran, or they could also be informants, Iranian informants, again, that are acting as informants for the IDF there on the ground. Those are the two main methods that they use. Most of the time, again, it's via airborne reconnaissance assets. They see said leader get into a vehicle and drive from point A to point B along the route. They blow up the vehicle. It's pretty easy again to get confirmation of your kill there just from the airborne reconnaissance live feed, the footage right from that drone of that strike taking place. So sometimes if they're like say in an underground bunker or shelter, it might be a little harder to get confirmation from the air, if that target has been eliminated. And in that case, yeah, they might be using some kind of ground-based informant or asset that they have there in Iran. Or Lebanon, for that matter. Because some of these officials that they've eliminated that are on these lists are in Lebanon as well. There are IGC officials that are working with Hezbollah within Lebanon, as well as in Iran, of course. 9 hours ago, this is some wild footage that came from the USS John Finn as it fires 13 missile Tomahawk barrage at Iran earlier today. Let's take a look at this footage here on screen. Again, fired them one after the other here, actually. A lot of these, after looking at this footage earlier, again, I can deduce that a lot of these are the older BGM-109s. and not the newer ones with the low-vis coating and the upgraded package. Give me 1 second here, guys. Taking a look at a couple things here coming in my way. All right, next up. 9 hours ago, U.S. pounds Iran's Karg Island. Again, this is footage. This is some of the first footage. We did get some yesterday, but this is some of the, I should say, some of the first really good footage that we've gotten from CENTCOM here of those strikes. On Karg Island. It says here, U.S. pounds Iran's Karg Island, warns Tehran its oil network will be targeted if the Hormuz Strait stays closed. So again, they've left that oil infrastructure on the island intact. However, they have struck some other targets there, and this video shows some of those other targets being struck, both by U.S. aircraft and by MQ-9 Reapers that, again, were operating in the airspace above that island there. Lead Farmer asks a great question. He says, how do they refill those rockets out in the middle of the sea? Amazon deliveries? Well, most of the munitions are already on board, and they just, again, reload the launch cells, so to speak. I'm sure they also do get deliveries via aircraft that, come into theater. We've seen a lot of those C-17 cargo aircraft and stuff coming into the Middle East. They do bring other munitions into the Middle East, and then, again, they can be loaded via boat or via other aircraft. That's a great question, though. That is a great question. 9 hours ago, following a sharp decline in Iranian ballistic missile launches towards Israel, the Homefront Command is easing restrictions on public gatherings, workplace activity, and reopening schools across southern Israel, the northeast, and Judea and Samaria. Some other footage here. 9 hours ago, U.S. strikes 90-plus military targets on Iran's Karg Island, including mine storage and missile bunkers. This is more footage coming from CENTCOM of strikes on that island. This is separate footage here. I think this clip here was in that other video, but we do have some other clips that are added to this footage here. Fat Cat says, what's the end game here? They had already destroyed their nuclear capabilities 8 months ago, according to Trump. They did. They didn't fully destroy them, but they did set them back quite a bit. The end game here for the U.S. is complete regime change. That's what they're aiming for. And also total destruction of not only their nuclear capabilities, but destruction of their military assets and capabilities as well. 9 hours ago here, yesterday, a U.S. Air Force B-52H heavy bomber was seen returning to its base in England after carrying out strike missions against targets in Iran. Again, I talked about this last night. More footage of those bombers operating out of RAF Fairford in the UK. They're using that base very heavily for these long-range strike missions. In the early weeks of the war, they were flying out of the U.S. for a lot of the missions, but more and more they're utilizing these British bases in the UK to run these long-range strike missions with, again, assets like the B-52, B-1, etc. Aaron asks a great question, says, why do some Stratotankers circle over the Persian Gulf, but others just disappear on flight radar? Thank you. That is a wonderful question. Wonderful question. And I'll actually head over to our flight radar real quick, and I'll kind of explain a little bit why. So, wow, we do have quite a few up in the air, actually, at the moment. Is that Poseidon hanging out still? We got a Lockheed VC-130H Hercules operating. That is Saudi Arabian Air Force. The P-8 Poseidon, I believe... Oh, nope, it's still there. It's still hanging out. All right, so to answer that question, right, you got to kind of look at the bigger picture here, right? So you have aircraft operating out of these Gulf nations here, operating out of Israel, in Israel here, right? And then you have aircraft operating out of, I mean, many other places in the region, right? Including the aircraft carriers that are positioned in the Gulf, in the Red Sea, and the Mediterranean, all right? So you have all these aircraft coming into theater here, right? A lot of them, again, they're operating over Iran, or they loiter either above the Gulf of Oman, or this airspace here that I'm circling with my mouse, or over Syrian, Iraqi, or Saudi airspace, right? They loiter there, and then they go in for strike missions into Iran, right? So, with that said, right, a lot of these stratotankers need to loiter as well. So how this operation's working, right, is aircraft will be sent in. Fighter aircraft or reconnaissance aircraft are sent in, right? They loiter. Okay, so say they're loitering here, right? And then they need to be, so they're loitering for a long period of time. They may need to be refueled. So those airborne refuelers, they come in, they loiter. They drop into like a racetrack holding pattern, say above a rock, right? And then those fighter aircraft, you know, as they go out and conduct strikes, they can come back, they can refuel, they can loiter a little longer, and then head back in, conduct strikes, come back, etc., and then go in and land wherever they need to go land. Same thing's happening above the Gulf, right? Same thing's happening above the Gulf of Oman, happening above the Arabian Sea here. Those airborne refuelers, they loiter in these areas, right? And then the fighter aircraft, the reconnaissance aircraft, the early warning aircraft can refuel. Which allows them to again continue to loiter until they get, you know, say orders to strike a target within Iran or wherever it may be, and then they pull back out. They might again return to base, or they might continue to loiter more. So again, they're in need of constant refueling here. Now, for the reason why we've been seeing them hovering here over the Persian Gulf more and more, with transponders on, I might add. That's kind of a new development, all right? And I think the reason that is because, again, they're operating near this airspace where there's a lot of civilian aircraft. And so, again, usually when they're operating around areas with other civilian aircraft, like this one here, for instance, they need to keep those transponders on. However, when they're over Iraq, where there are no other civilian aircraft, or Syria or Iran, they can turn those transponders off, again, to increase their operational security. Another reason I think they're operating with transponders on over the Persian Gulf might just be kind of a flex, more or less, to say, you know, hey, yeah, we're here. You know what I mean? Again, the U.S., the world knows, you know, or sorry, I should say the U.S. knows, you know, that people are watching these platforms like Flight Radar 24, right? Not only open source intelligence analysts, but the people, you know, news agencies, et cetera, they're watching this type of data, right? And, you know, for them just to be operating out, again, in these areas with their transponders on is kind of like a bold, like, hey, yeah, I mean, we have control of the airspace. It doesn't really matter, right? Like, we can operate with our transponders on over these areas. Really, though, the main reason is, again, because they're operating in close proximity to other civilian aircraft that are transiting in the region. Also, this aircraft just popped up out of nowhere. Okay, so that's a transponder bug there that we're seeing. This aircraft is not actually here over the Persian Gulf. It's actually over here at the end of this colored line there. We see that once in a while here on Flight Radar. But again, I hope that answers your question. There. All right. Next up, 9 hours ago, again, more footage here. U.S. Air Force B-2 stealth bombers filmed departing for strikes on Iranian targets here. And you can see this footage here of those B-2s going to get the job done. Nine hours ago, in some reporting from Fox, again, in an interview with President Trump, Fox asked President Trump, are the Ukrainians helping us with drone defense? Trump said, we don't need their help in drone defense. He says, we know more about drones than anybody. We have the best drones in the world, actually, he said. Again, this comes after, again, we've had confirmed reports that, yes, the Ukrainians are sending drone specialists, UAV specialists, counter-UAV specialists to assist not only the U.S., but their allies, again, primarily those Gulf nations there, again, encountering those Iranian Shahed 136 drones. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. Just got to check a few things. Okay. All right, next up here, some reporting from the Institute of the Study of War. Highly recommend you guys go and check that out. As always, great stuff that they've been putting out. 9 hours ago, an Israeli fighter jet narrowly escaped being shot down over Iran amid ongoing strikes. The IDF said an enemy attempt to intercept the jet came, quote, close to being hit. But, quote, the sortie was completed successfully due to the alertness and professionalism of the pilot. Again, that's coming directly from the IDF in a statement made earlier today. So, again, they had a close call, again, with some Iranian air defenses, on, air quotes there. 9 hours ago, according to a report from Breaking Defense, the U.S. Navy has officially delayed the decommissioning of the aircraft carrier USS Nimitz CVN-68 until at least March 2027 to maintain a fleet size of 11 active carriers. Again, it's still unknown at this time if they are going to be sending this carrier to also assist. They very well might. But again, one of the bigger reasons here they're probably just, holding off on decommissioning this carrier is they have to keep a certain amount of carriers active at all times, all right? And with all of these carriers that are focused on the Middle East, again, they need to shore up their numbers in other regions. So again, that's the most likely reason for them doing that there. 9 hours ago, footage captures what may have been a cluster munition impact from an Iranian missile in Eilat. The IDF says its investigation is underway. Again, this is the evidence we've been waiting for. And again, I've been talking about this a lot the past week. In last night's stream, I said just this. I said, hopefully we will get some more evidence here in the coming days, like some footage or image, right, of them using, of one of these cluster munitions hitting the ground, or pictures, or, like after the fact of the debris from one of these munitions, so that we can identify the exact munition used. Let's take a look at this video here. So one thing to note, when I saw this footage earlier, again, only one explosion, only one detonation was seen there in this video. So that's something to keep in mind. Again, the investigation is still underway, so they possibly might have more information coming our way. Again, the audio, again, clearly it's one munition there that exploded. So again, remains to be seen. But again, the IDF, this is like, one of the first statements we've had from the IDF, again, of them saying, that Iran is possibly using these cluster munitions and relating it to an actual individual strike that was reported. So again, hopefully we'll get more details on this in the coming days. One thing I would have liked to have seen here, though, is multiple explosions, right? Multiple impacts from cluster munitions, all right? Again, if this was a cluster munition being used here, you would expect to see multiple impacts, multiple detonations. However, we only hear and see one, again, incoming. So I'll play it one more time for you here. Again, come to a conclusion for yourself on that one, but again, this is a step in the right direction, all right? If we're going to get confirmation on the use of these munitions here, the IDF saying that they're investigating it, that's a step in the right direction. 9 hours ago, the IDF strikes Tehran, destroying Iranian Space Research Center and Air Defense Factory. The military said the wave of attacks targeted, quote, dozens of Iranian terror regime infrastructure sites across the capital. Among them was Iran's main space research center. And you can see some geolocation data that they so kindly provided for the public here. No, don't worry. No cluster rants yet. Maybe later. Maybe later we might have one, but not yet. We got to stay focused. We have to stay focused here, ladies and gentlemen. Nine hours ago, Iran's Defense Minister Katz said war with Iran is, quote, escalating and entering a, quote, decisive stretch that will last as long as needed. He added, quote, only the Iranian people can put an end to this through a determined struggle, again, until the fall of the terror regime. Again, more statements there being put out by the Israelis and the U.S. over recent days here, again, kind of pushing the Iranian people to rise up. We've been seeing a lot of that. Again, that's kind of like their main tactic here. What they're hoping for, again, is that the Iranians will rise up and do the rest of the work for the Allied forces here. Again, it remains to be seen how successful that campaign will be. However, 8 hours ago here, the IDF has released footage of Hezbollah loading rockets in Majidal, southern Lebanon, followed by an airstrike on that depot. Let's take a look here at this footage. Again, some more footage from a airborne reconnaissance drone there. And you can see there that they did strike that depot. Jared says, I put a video confirming cluster munitions with an IDF EOD tech. I'd love to see that. I have not seen anything yet. Is it in Situation Room or... Jared, if you can send that my way directly or post that in the Situation Room with a... with like an @ mention, I'll take a look at that here shortly. Yeah, and I know we also have some of the first FPV footage of this war so far. It's in the feed. I'll get to that one. I saw 1080p Potato posted it in the Situation Room. We have it in the feed, and we'll be looking at that. Don't worry. Again, that's a big development as well, again, that we'll be talking about here shortly. All right, so 8 hours ago from Reza Pahlavi, again, the Persian prince there, he gave a statement here to the Iranian people earlier today. He said, quote, I salute you for your courage and your sacrifice. In the past 3 months, thousands of you in a small but effective cells throughout Iran have created brilliant displays of valor. Let's take a look at this video here. It isn't translated, so there is subtitles, so you guys will have to read along with those. Oh, and, okay, 1080p Potato, a.k.a. Jared. Now I know who you are. All right, okay, all right. I'll look at that here just after this video. We'll take a look at that.
دلاوران گارد جاویدان به شما به شجاعت و فداکاریتان درود می‌فرستم. در 3 ماه گذشته هزاران تن از شما در هسته‌های کوچک اما مؤثر در سراسر ایران جلوه‌های درخشان از دلاوری آفریده اید. آنچه شما کرده اید برای صدها روایت خواهد شد. ملت ایران فداکاری شما و بهایی را که به ویژه در 18 و 19 دی برای آزادی میهن پرداخته اید هرگز فراموش نخواهد کرد. به شما گفته بودم که کمک در راه است. اکنون آن کمک رسیده است.
Really quick, Trevu, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, says, are we allowed to be pro-American / Trump here? I don't want to be timed out, but want to stay here. Yes. Okay, so you're allowed to be, I don't care if you're pro-Iranian, I don't care if you're pro-regime, I don't care if you're pro-Russian, I don't care if you're pro-American. Everybody is welcome in this chat. The only thing, again, that we ask is that everybody, again, stays respectful to each other and is able to conduct, a good, constructive, conversation in the live chats. Other than that, everybody is welcome. We want all sides to be involved in the conversation. All right, that is extremely important. It's been like that here in these live chats since the days that we started doing this 4 years ago at the start of the Ukraine invasion. Okay, so keep that in mind. Also, Naya, shout out to you, Naya. Thank you so much for tuning in. It says, hey everyone. Can you give a shout out to my grandson Isaiah? He's glued to your program. He's 10 and has no idea that I'm asking for a shout-out if you're able. Well, shout-out to Isaiah. I might have spoiled it there. My bad. But Isaiah, thank you for tuning in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you learned something. And yes, as Random Creeker says, we would prefer it to not be political in the chat, right? All sides are welcome, again, to join in on a constructive, respectful conversation with everyone else. We do like to keep politics as much out of it as possible. However, if you are in the Discord server, again, link to that in the description below. We do have a dedicated politics channel. We have dedicated channels for all types of discussion over there. So if you want to get political, if you want to join in on a political debate type discussion, the politics channel is the best way to do that, again, over in our Discord server. But again, we welcome all sides here in this conversation. Scotty knows, says, I'm pro Nemico. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. We have that footage from 1080p Potato. I'm going to get that up on screen here in just a minute. We got to finish this. We have to finish this video here first. Let's continue listening in here to the statements by, again, the Persian Prince here.
اکنون آن کمک رسیده است. از شما دلیرترین و فداکارترین فرزندان ایران می‌خواهم که به عنوان نیروی پیشگام ملت به هر شکل ممکن دستگاه سرکوب جمهوری اسلامی را که اکنون از آسمان زیر ضربات سنگین است بیش از پیش فرسوده و تضعیف کنید تا زمینه فروپاشی نهایی آن فراهم شود. در نظر داشته باشید که این فراخوانی برای تظاهرات خیابانی نیست، بلکه فراخوانی به شما جوانان گارد جاویدان برای وارد آوردن ضربه‌های هوشمندانه و مؤثر به سرکوبگران خسته و فرسوده است تا راه برای حضور میلیونی ملت ایران در خیابان‌ها هموارتر شود. در این حال حفظ جان خود را در اولویت قرار دهید، چرا که حضور شما در نبرد نهایی برای حفاظت از سیل میلیونی جمعیت لازم و ضروری است. شما از تبار رستم و کاوه اید و دشمنان شما از جنس ضحاک. در این نبرد خیر و شر میان نور و تاریکی شما در سوی درست تاریخ ایستاده اید و امید و دعای یک ملت بزرگ بدرقه راه شماست. بی‌صبرانه در انتظار روزی هستم که در نخستین شهر آزاد شده ایران در کنار شما بایستم و با هم پیروزی نهایی را رقم بزنیم. پاینده ایران.
All right, so again, there's those statements there from Reza Pahlavi, again, the Persian prince there of Iran. Again, calling out to the Iranian people and, again, those in Iran that have, again, made efforts to stand up against the regime in Iran. Next up here, again, we have this video here posted by 1080p Potato, a.k.a. Jared. Shout out to you. Thank you much for posting this. Again, I haven't seen this yet, so this is the first time of me seeing this one so far. This is a report here. This actually is 2 days old. Surprised I haven't seen this one yet. Again, this is coming from I-24 News, and is a clip, again, of a close-up look at cluster bombs Iran has deployed against Israel. Apparently here, an IDF EOD tech was involved here in taking a look at this. So, again, let's take a look at this report here from I-24.
We are currently at one of the bases of Israel's bomb squad where they collect munitions just like this afterwards. We're going to be learning about them up close, but we've got to go into the bomb shelter first. Come on.
Not exactly the moment you plan for in a television report, but when ballistic missiles are fired toward Israel, the sirens don't wait for the cameras. And inside this bomb squad base in central Israel, the danger we're reporting on is the same danger these teams deal with every day.
We just got out of a bomb shelter after yet another missile launch from Iran. And for the past 2 weeks, Israelis have been hearing the booms overhead and sirens just like that send them running for shelter. But what is left behind those missile interceptions and impacts is something that most people never actually see. Today, we are inside a bomb squad base in central Israel where investigators collect and actually analyze the debris from Iranian missile attacks.
We're looking at a gas tank being used in a typical Iranian ballistic missile, almost 7 meters long. The full missile ready to be launched, you will be looking at a missile probably in the length of 15 to 20 meters.
So that's double what we're seeing.
Double what we're seeing here. So it's about 4 stories building. This particular gas tank contains very hazardous liquids, the fuel of a ballistic missile that will launch the missile and propel it all the way from around 2,000 kilometers to here. The problem is the warhead will detach from the main engine that contains those tanks and all those components will free fall.
This specific piece free fell from the sky.
Absolutely. When it hits the ground, it has a lot of kinetic energy, so it can cause a lot of damage.
After every ballistic missile launch from Iran, how many calls are you getting from the public?
Hundreds.
And finding items like this on the ground.
Yes.
But some missiles fired toward Israel carry something even more dangerous in their warheads. Dozens of cluster bombs that are very difficult to intercept once released, that are meant to cause maximum damage to civilians.
The cluster bomb contains explosive. The warhead itself will contain between 50 to 100 bombs like this.
Which are called
So these are the bomblets that I've been talking about here. This is exactly what these are. And again, they don't have individual propulsion. These, again, they separate from that ballistic missile warhead and then fall to the ground, again, via, just terminal velocity.
bomblets, but this is not small.
So the warhead opens in high altitude, dispersing 100 of those. So simultaneously, you're going to have 100 of those free falling to the ground.
So this right here, by the way, is the example of the evidence I've been looking for here. Again, a clear image of one of the bomblets used in one of these munitions. That's what we've been looking for.
Which is also a concern for first responders, police.
Absolutely.
You're getting so many calls simultaneously.
This one was neutralized by us. So you're going to find them either lying on the ground, slightly move it, and it can explode.
How much damage could something like this cause?
The more fatal factor will be the fragmentation, the shrapnel. Those can fly to 100, 150 meters.
So far, 12 people have died from Iranian ballistic missile attacks in Israel over the last 2 weeks of war. 6 were in a bomb shelter that was directly hit by a missile, but the other 6 were killed by shrapnel because they either chose not to enter a safe space or didn't make it on time. Israeli officials now estimate that at least half of the missiles that Iran is firing into Israel contain cluster munitions, which is why it's more important than ever to enter a bomb shelter once you hear a siren.
Best advice I can give is stay in a safe room.
All right. Case closed on that one. All right, case closed on that one. Again, it does look like, again, this is definitely one of those bomblets. Again, I've seen these before pretty clearly here. Again, they are utilizing those munitions. I do stand by the fact, though, right? I do stand by my previous assessment that images like these, again, some of them that we have been seeing are most likely just flaming debris falling to Earth. Again, because a lot of those individual cluster bomblets, again, they don't have individual rocket motors on them, so to speak, right? They're just, they kind of, inertly fall via terminal velocity, so you wouldn't see them glowing individually here. But, again, pretty clearly, they do have cluster munitions that they are utilizing. I'm going to leave it at that. We're not going to go into a 30-minute rant on this one tonight, all right? I'm going to leave it at that. But, again, this is some of the evidence that I've been looking for here over the past few days. I'm going to take a deeper look into this video after tonight's stream and see if I can find any other information on this. But I'm glad that 1080p Potato posted this in the Situation Room. Highly appreciate it. All right. Next up, 9 hours ago, U.S. Navy jets, including E-2D Hawkeye and FA-18s, take off from the USS Gerald R. Ford in epic fury strikes in the northern Red Sea. So again, the Gerald Ford, again, is up here in the Red Sea. It originally was hanging out here in the Mediterranean. It transited down through the Suez and then, again, hung out here in the Red Sea. We originally thought it was going to keep transiting down into the Gulf, but it is, it's, again, holding here in the Red Sea. And they are continuously conducting strikes from that location here. And again, you can see that footage here on screen from today of them conducting some of those strikes. We already reported on that earlier. 9 hours ago, coming from Axios, Israel is gearing up for a full-scale ground invasion of southern Lebanon. Its largest operation since 2006, targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure south of the Litani River. Again, I talked about this over the past few nights. They have, if I go over here to our Israel Live Universal Awareness Map, you can see, again, they are already on the ground here in some capacity. These areas in blue that you see are areas that they've moved in on the ground with, again, boots on the ground, right? Again, to hold some of this territory here and then reach out and strike targets, Hezbollah targets in this area of southern Lebanon in order to push, they want to push, again, Hezbollah back kind of more towards central Lebanon to create kind of a buffer zone here. Again, they are preparing for a more full-scale invasion, you could say, into southern Lebanon and possibly even further into the country in the coming days. In a post by Trump on his Truth Social earlier today, he says, quote, Iran had plans of taking over the entire Middle East and completely obliterating Israel. Just like Iran itself, those plans are now dead. Again, coming from President Trump on his Truth Social account. Enigmatic says, are they perhaps glowing from air friction? No. No, they're not moving that fast. That's the thing. As I said before, they don't have, those individual cluster bomblets don't have, like, rocket motors on them. Again, they separate from the munition, and then they simply fall to the ground, again, via terminal velocity. 9 hours ago, Iran's parliament speaker delivered harsh warning to armed opponents, separatists, and what he called traitors. The message ended with a threat that nothing would remain of those who oppose the regime. Again, that came 9 hours ago. 9 hours ago, again, another statement from Trump here. He says, quote, moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. Again, totally obliterated every military target on Iran's crown jewel, Karg Island. Again, this is that same post I read to you guys last night. It was simply cross-posted. But again, he was just talking about, again, them attacking Karg Island there and warning Iran that if the strait stays closed, that they will attack that oil infrastructure. But for now, the oil infrastructure on Karg Island, the Iranian oil infrastructure on that island remains intact, surprisingly. 8 hours ago, from Wall Street Journal, 5 U.S. tankers at Saudi Arabia's Prince Sultan Air Base were damaged in an Iranian missile strike, but are being repaired at this time, and no casualties were reported. I have somebody over in the Discord that has family there and had asked about if there were any reports out of Prince Sultan Air Base there. No casualties have been reported at that base so far. 8 hours ago, a senior Iranian official says Iran may let tankers through the Strait of Hormuz only if its oil is sold in yuan, which is, again, that Chinese currency there, bypassing the dollar. Again, the U.S. would never let that occur. Nor would a lot of other nations let that occur as well. Give me 1 second here, guys. Let me take a look at a few things. Yeah, to everybody sending over messages, don't worry. I'll be taking a look at that stuff here shortly. 8 hours ago, this is that footage I actually showed you guys last night. It was just cross-posted again. Again, this shows those Iranian Shahed 136 drones taking off. An example of them taking off here in Iran, again, to conduct strikes on those Gulf states and U.S. bases in the region. Soon TM. Yes, Sean. Soon TM. We will get to it. 8 hours ago, news from the weekend. Israel hits 200 targets across Iran. Israeli aircraft struck ballistic missile launchers, air defense systems, and weapons storage facilities across western and central Iran in a major wave of attacks. Hormuz shipping traffic collapses. Only 77 ships, again, have transited through the strait there over the weekend, which again is a tiny percentage of the usual traffic, and that includes all vessels. Not just oil tankers, but all vessels, again. So only 77 ships have made it through the strait over the weekend, which, again, is a tiny fraction, again, of what is necessary to sustain any economy there. 8 hours ago, from Axios, Donald Trump rejected Putin's proposal to move Iranian-enriched uranium to Russia to end the war, citing repeated U.S. denials despite Russia's storage capacity. 8 hours ago, Trump rejects a push for an Iranian ceasefire White House officials said, quote, he's not interested in that right now. We're going to continue with the mission unabated. Mediation efforts by Oman and Egypt have stalled, and Iran refuses talks until the U.S. and Israel, again, stop conducting strikes there. And again, if you guys would like to read the full posts from any of this stuff that I'm reading off to you now, again, it can be found on our X feed. That's x.com/Nemico Network. There's a link to that in the description below. 8 hours ago, the IRGC says, quote, our naval forces attacks will continue until all American terrorist bases in the region are destroyed. Let that one just sink in there for you for a second, guys, while we think about, these possibilities of negotiations. 8 hours ago, a senior Houthi official, Mohammed al-Bukhari, says, quote, group backs Iran military will declare, quote, 0 hour when actions begin. So the Houthis are looking to get involved here. We've been waiting for this one. I've been talking about this over the past week or two here. The major question of when will the Houthis get involved? Again, it looks like they are, again, declaring that they are going to be involved here soon in conducting strikes in tandem with the Iranians and other pro-Iranian proxies. 8 hours ago, yesterday, coffins draped in shrouds paraded by Iranian women during the Al-Quds Day rally. Again, you can see them pulling them through the streets here in Tehran. Again, these kind of fake coffins with Israeli and American flags on them. 8 hours ago, yesterday, Hezbollah's Naim Qassem vowed prolonged war with Israel, calls it an existential fight. He said, quote, we have prepared ourselves for a long confrontation and warned Israel, quote, will be surprised on the battlefield. He also stressed that surrender is not an option for Hezbollah. 8 hours ago, the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad has urged American citizens to leave Iraq immediately. That comes as, again, that U.S. Embassy was struck there, as I reported on earlier this evening. 8 hours ago, targeted strike was reported on a residential home in Jihad Street in Avan Elam province in Iran. And you can see that on screen here. Say that 5 times fast, by the way. Say that one 5 times fast. But again, you can see this, again, picture of the damage after that strike occurred there. Marami asks a great question. It says, what happened with the Kurds? The Kurds are still mobilizing. There is still reports coming in about the Kurdish. Those Kurdish forces have been moving assets and personnel closer to the Iranian border over the past week since I initially reported on it last week. They've been continually moving to build up, again, their forces in the region with help from the U.S. and other allies. Again, in preparation for possibly, again, some kind of ground operation here within Iranian territory. Again, it remains to be seen how that will develop. 8 hours ago, the Iranian parliament speaker says, quote, Trump was duped by Netanyahu into starting the war and is now acting under his control. Iran no longer makes any distinction between the United States and the Zionist regime and says the war will continue. Today, 8 hours ago, China says the Red Cross Society of China will send $200,000 in emergency aid to Iran to support families affected by the deadly school strike in Manab. The Chinese Foreign Ministry says, with funds routed through the Iranian Red Crescent, again, to help those bereaved individuals there, again, that were involved or had children that were involved in that strike. 8 hours ago, Hezbollah says the group says its fighters struck an Israeli tank with a guided missile near the eastern entrance of Taibiyah on the Lebanon-Israel border, claiming the vehicle was destroyed and casualties were caused. Israel has not confirmed this yet, so keep that in mind. 8 hours ago, drivers swarmed Chinese gas stations ahead of looming price hikes. Long lines reported. Again, I've talked at length about this over the past few streams about how China is not very happy with this situation ongoing in the Middle East. Again, they are very heavily dependent on oil flowing out of the Strait of Hormuz here. And right now, this footage you're seeing on screen, again, is proof of the effect that it is having in China. All right? Also in India. India is also very affected by the situation here in the Strait of Hormuz. Again, also very dependent on the oil coming out of that region. Again, so the situation here, again, at Chinese gas stations within China is not looking very good at the moment. Again, this is just lines trying to get into that gas station to fuel up. Eight hours ago, Israel and the U.S. need to preempt the Houthis, says they are about to join the war. That was 8 hours ago. Also 8 hours ago, Israel rejects Lebanon's offer for direct talks, citing ongoing Hezbollah rocket fire from southern Lebanon. Reuters reports U.S. officials told Beirut that the chance to act against Hezbollah passed in 2025, leaving Israel to handle the threat independently. Some statements by Trump here today again with that interview that he did with oh my God, his name is eluding me at the moment. The one guy that, you know, had the boxing match. Come on, guys, help me out here. Help me out here. It's right on the tip of my tongue. What's the guy's name? This guy. You know, this guy. YouTuber. Ex-boxer. Come on, guys. You know his name. What's his name? Logan Paul. That's his name. Logan Paul. Doesn't he have a brother, Jake? I was about to say, like, Jake Paul, but Logan Paul. There you go. Logan Paul. Yeah. If you want to see these, go ahead. Check them out. They're over on the X. But, again, not important for, again, our broadcast here on Iran. However, one that I will show you, 8 hours ago here, a U.S. flag was raised over the embassy in Venezuela for the first time in 7 years. 7 years. 7 years, ladies and gentlemen. We have risen, again, a U.S. flag over the embassy in Venezuela. By U.S. Marines.
La bandera
No
de los
less.
Estados Unidos representa la posibilidad, la esperanza.
Or are those U.S. Marines? Hold on, let me back it up here. I believe this is... Yes, these are U.S. Marines. Their uniform had me thrown ajar there for a second. But again, we rose a flag there. 7 years. All it took was kidnapping Maduro out of his bed at 3 a.m. But we got that done. Trump on Iran, 8 hours ago. He says, quote, "It's an evil curse. They're evil people."
And it's not because of this. I think we've just, the economy is great. It's a little bit of we take a little winding road for a little while, but we have to wipe out the evil. It's an evil curse. They're evil people. And, hey, we wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their Air Force. And it's not because of this. I think we've just, the economy is great. It's a little bit of we take a little winding road for a little while, but we have to wipe out the evil. It's an evil curse. They're evil people. And, hey, we wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their Air Force. And it's not because of this. I think we've just, the economy is great. It's a little bit of we take a little winding road for a little while, but we have to wipe out the evil. It's an evil curse. They're evil people. And, hey, we wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their Air Force. And it's not because of this. I think we've just, the economy is great. It's a little bit of we take a little winding road for a little while, but we have to wipe out the evil. It's an evil curse. They're evil people. And, hey, we wiped out their Navy. We wiped out their Air Force. And it's not because of this. I think
there's those statements there again for President Trump on Iran. Give me 1 second here, guys. 1080p Potato sent me a message just now. Again, with an angle on the cluster munition thing that I actually had not considered. He said, again, this is in relation to the glowing that we've seen in some of those clips. He says they use white phosphorus and or potassium primers, which increase the bomb's chance of breaking open and exploding on impact as many times the bomblets hit the ground and don't break or explode. The white phosphorus ensures the initial protective layer is burned and weakened, exposing the easily breakable container that makes up the bomblets So once the missile releases, the bomb would say ignite on the way down. Thank you for that insight there, 1080. Again, after tonight's stream, I'm going to do a little research. I'm going to do a little research on. I'm not only going to take the images we saw in that video earlier, some of the other insights that we've gotten over the past day or so here, and do a little research and put together a concrete final determination and report for you guys. And I'll possibly be either uploading that as a video or we'll cover it in tomorrow's live stream. Random Krieger says, Nemico Network, a Boeing 747-446 BCF up over the Mediterranean. No call sign. Let me take a look. Let me take a look here real quick. We'll get that up on screen and take a look at that for you guys. I believe this is the one here. Yes, it is. Very interesting. I bet it is heading towards Tel Aviv. We'll keep an eye on this one, though. Another KC-46A is also up. Also, what are these guys doing? These guys have been sitting here for a while now, I feel. I feel like these transponders are bugged out. Because they have been sitting there for a hot minute, these two. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on this unknown here. I bet he's heading into Tel Aviv. Thank you for sending that over, Krieger. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. 8 hours ago, from Centefender to our X feed here, the French government has drafted a proposal to fully end the ongoing conflict between Hezbollah and the Israelis in Lebanon, which would require the Lebanese government to take the unprecedented step of recognizing Israel. Also 8 hours ago, coming from Trump here, in a statement he says, quote, the United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both militarily, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage, and we will help a lot, he says. Again, he's pushing for some other countries to, again, come together in a, quote, team effort here, again, to protect vessels as they transit that strait. So, again, remains to be seen how that is going to develop here in the coming days. Breezy says some cargo, I guess. Yeah, possibly. Again, it's hard to say because we don't have any other information on the... I mean, there's a lot of aircraft that use the 747 airframe there. I'm guessing this is most likely cargo. Again, we'll wait to see if it's coming into Tel Aviv. Again, I reiterate, it's most likely cargo in that case. But again, remains to be seen. Remains to be seen. Again, here's that full statement from Trump from his Truth Social. If you want to go read that, you can. 8 hours ago, a reporter asked Donald Trump, what does the unconditional surrender mean? Let's take a listen to what he said there.
Mr. President.
Still expect unconditional surrender, and what does that mean?
Well, to me, it means very simply that we are in a position of dominance that nobody's ever seen before. And whether or not they're able to say the words or whether or not they're able to even fight. Their Navy is gone, their Air Force is gone, most of their military is gone, their big threat is gone in every way. All have done that.
Mr. President.
Still expect
Again, more statements there from the U.S. President.
regularly are you speaking with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and are your objectives the same in terms of ending the war?
Well, I think they might be a little different, I guess. You know, they're a different country than we are. But he will tell you there's never been a power like the power of the United States. I built our military in my first term, continue to do so, but I built our military and rebuilt it. It was in bad shape, just like the wall, just like the border, just like everything else in our country. It was all in bad shape. But
Looks like he was reporting there from Andrews Air Force Base. Oh, yeah, it says say Joint Base Andrews. I didn't see that there. Recognize the buildings in the background there. 8 hours ago, Beirut suburbs right now, Hezbollah stronghold was struck. You can see some smoke there rising. Again, from the suburbs in Beirut. Jared in the chat says air raid sirens have been activated in Bahrain. I'm sure we'll have some reports coming in any second on those. 8 hours ago, the Islamic regime is arming besieged women to suppress protesters in Iran. As you can see the footage on screen here, some of those female, again, besieged women holding AK-47s. Looked like I saw a couple 74Us in there as well, but hard to tell. I believe these are mostly, yep, AK-47s. Good old first choice weaponry there by the IRGC. Some other statements here from U.S. President Donald Trump. I won't go ahead and play all of these here. He basically said, you read some of the fake news that say, oh, Iran is doing wonderful. They are not doing wonderful. They are doing as bad as you can. Again, if you want to watch those full videos, they're over on our X feed. 8 hours ago here, it says Red Sea shipping corridor is going to be an issue soon. Again, I predict the Houthis will be struck very hard this week. Again, the Houthis saying that they're going to get more involved here. That could be very well why we've seen the Gerald Ford transit down into the Red Sea, is again, to conduct strikes on the Houthis, which we may see in the coming days. Putting a little prediction out there. Again, this was posted by Trump, by the way. That's why it was, reposted here into the X feed. This is coming from Trump's Truth Social. 8 hours ago, Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps warned the U.S. to evacuate American industrial and strategic facilities across the Middle East. And 8 hours ago, North Korea fired 10 ballistic missiles towards the Sea of Japan, all land outside of Japan's EEZ there. No damage was reported. Again, they do this occasionally. A lot of people were freaking out, messaging me earlier about this. Again, they do this quite often, actually. I mean, it was a few more than they usually do. Usually it's like 1 or 2, sometimes 5. 10, again, is definitely a step up. But again, this is not. This is nowhere outside the realm of business as usual for North Korea. Trump, another Truth Social post he put out earlier today, he says, quote, the fake news media hates to report how well the United States military has done against Iran, again, which is totally defeated and wants a deal, he says, but not a deal that I would accept. Thank you for your attention to this matter. In a statement earlier today by a senior Iranian official, he says, the end of the war is in our hands. We will consider ending the war only when, first, we receive full compensation for all of our damages from the United States, and second, we obtain a 100% guarantee for the future of Iranian sovereignty. Awed Kokoa, thank you so much for following over there on Twitch. I appreciate it. Seems we have a little bit of an argument going in the live chat here tonight. Seems yeah, again, you know, as I reiterate from earlier, everybody is welcome. All opinions are welcome to live chat. Again, all we ask is again, that things stay respectful and constructive in the conversation. I'm looking through the logs here. It does not seem like anybody was banned and or timed out this evening. Again, I'm able to see all that stuff here on my end, and I enforce that type of stuff very strictly. And again, live chat always agrees in the end, as Benny Hill says. We all agree. But again, let's keep things constructive and civil. And again, as I said, you know, everybody is welcome. All opinions are welcome. All political ideologies are welcome. Just keep it respectful and constructive in the chat. That's all we ask. That's all we ask. Sakua says, red alerts. Don't have any coming in here on our Israel red alert map. The last actual alerts that came through were 3 hours ago here. But we do have that currently unmuted and ready to rip in case there's any alerts that do come through. Yeah, you know another thing to keep in mind, YouTube itself, out of my control, out of any of the mods' control, will time out people in the chat for stuff. YouTube has like an automated mod system that like we like cannot control on our side. Oh, speaking of alerts, I literally just mentioned alerts, and now they're coming through.
Alarm. Ashdod, Gimel, Vav, Zayin. Ashdod.
All right, I'll go ahead and mute those. We got other alerts coming through as well. We will most likely hear those coming through our Tel Aviv live feed. Yeah, here shortly. We should hear those coming through in just a few minutes. But yeah, keep that in mind. YouTube, again, has like its automated system, which, again, as a channel owner and as a mod, like we do not have any control over that, which can occasionally time people out or automatically remove messages and stuff like that. Again, 100% out of our control. I think I do have the ability to like increase or decrease the strictness of that system, but even on its lowest setting, which is what I have it set to now, it still occasionally just randomly pulls people's messages for stupid stuff, for stupid reasons. If I could deactivate that altogether, I would. It does, however, also filter out, like, you know, spam bots and stuff, which is pretty useful. We don't want those in the live chat, just posting random sketchy links or, you know, emojis and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize, but YouTube does that. YouTube has a dumb automated system, which, again, also moderates the live chats adjacent to our moderators. It's kind of a dumb system, if you ask me. Yeah, air raid alerts coming through here for central Israel near Tel Aviv. J-Ball's just chilling over there in the Twitch chat. Yeah, big shout out to everybody over on Twitch. I see you guys. I see you guys tuning in. I'm watching you. I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate that. Again, for those just turning in, we're still going through our main headlines here over on our X feed. Going through all of our latest open source intelligence reports here. However, we just had some, again, alerts come through on our air raid map here, so we're taking a look at those real quick. Mr. Jeff asks, what map is that? I heard some explosions coming in the background there. This map is, yeah, we are definitely hearing some booms. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Hearing some booms there in the background, some interceptions possibly. This is Zovar Red Alert map. You can find a link to that in the description below the stream. Or somebody, if somebody wants to post a link to that in the live chat, one of the mods or something, that would be appreciated too, so people can look at this. But yeah, it's a great resource. Again, it shows all of the air raid alerts in real time across Israel. Powerman asks, how long have you been streaming? I thought I remember you from COVID coverage. Am I crazy for that? We started streaming in, I started doing this type of coverage back in Ukraine. When the Ukraine war broke out. That was about 4 years ago. I think that was after, yeah, that was after COVID, though. I didn't do anything for COVID. Yeah, we're hearing some booms. I'm not sure if those are coming from Beirut or if they're coming in from Tel Aviv. We might be hearing interceptions. Yeah, if somebody wants to post a link to that in the live chat, actually I can really quick. Hold on, let me take initiative here. Let me take initiative here. Yeah, that is the red alert map. I just posted it in the live chat on YouTube there, if you want to take a look at that. D. Haworth was asking about updates on Cuba. We actually have a dedicated channel over in the Discord server. It's elevated for Cuba, where we're going to begin posting updates on that situation there. They've been having a bunch of different issues. Bathroom Bobby, I see you in the Discord server there, and I'm giving you your VIP rank because you did support the channel the other night. I'm surprised the system should have already given you your ranks, but for some reason, like, Discord's automated integrations lags behind for that stuff sometimes. Let me see if I sync it. Will it update? No, it didn't update. Yeah, if anybody has supported the channel, has subscribed on Twitch or is a YouTube member, or something along those lines, and you still have not got your VIP rank, let me know. Send me a DM in the Discord, preferably, and you'll get your rank over in Discord, which gives you access to the VIP chat there. Yeah, those alerts that you can see on their site are the same ones that are on the map here. You can just click on each one of these, and it'll, like, take you to a screen where you can see the alerts. And then they also have, like, a full archive here that shows, like, you know, the statistics of the alerts and stuff. Shows, like, a heat map of, like, where more alerts have been. It's a pretty useful resource for sure. Highly recommend it. Creator says that 747 still not shown any data, eh? It's getting closer to Tel Aviv, though. I mean, it does look like it's turning... It could still be heading into Tel Aviv, but... And I don't know what the hell is going on here. We got like 3 aircraft here, kind of piled on top of each other. Transponders are glitching out. That's been there for a little while since I started the stream. This seems to be like a transponder glitch, but it's interesting that they're all in that same spot there. And of course we got a 135, another 135, KC-46A, and then our P-8 Poseidon is on... Actually, no, that's a different one. That's a 737. Our P-8 Poseidon seems to have gone offline. We also have an Aero L-39 in the skies, coming out of Riyadh, I imagine. Interesting stuff there, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't see our P-8 Poseidon. I believe it's taken off. Another Boeing 737. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that, on this other 737 here, or 747, sorry. Krieger says, I think those transponders are bugged because those planes were landing at Tel Aviv. Yeah, that's possible. Too tall, good to see you. Good to see you. Hope you're hanging in there. Good to see you, good to see you. We're going to continue going through our open source intelligence feed now. We got to keep making some progress there. We got to keep making some progress. All right, 8 hours ago, Russia delivers 13 tons of medical aid to Iran after Tehran requests help amid rising civilian casualties. The shipment, including medicines, first aid kits, was flown via Ilyushin 76 to Azerbaijan and trucked into Iran through the Astara border. Again, responding to damage there in Iran. And some statements here by an Iranian spokesperson says, quote, we urge Muslims in the UAE to evacuate ports, docks, and locations used by U.S. forces in Emirati cities to avoid harm, again, as they threaten to strike some of those areas there. Give me 1 second here. I gotta back off some of these volumes here. It is a foggy day here across Israel and even Tel Aviv. Foggy and cloudy day over there. Definitely less foggy at this spot here in Tel Aviv, but foggier here, that's for sure. Foggy and cloudy. Eight hours ago, Zelensky says Trump and I aren't on the same page. Maybe because of that, he sees our relationship like father and son. Reporter says you think he sees you as his son. Zelensky says, I don't know. Maybe not his favorite son, but why not? 8 hours ago, coming from Senator Lindsey Graham, he says, quote, President Trump's decision to take the war to Karg Island, the crown jewel of Iran's oil and gas economy, was necessary, bold, and in my view, highly effective. And he says this will help shorten the war, he says. An Iranian newspaper, some statements were made today again. Reports Ali Shakani was buried at Imam Zadeh Saleh Shrine without a head, witnesses say. Again, burying more of their Iranian leaders there. 8 hours ago, the Iranian foreign minister said, quote, last night they attacked Karg Island and Abu Musa Island with artillery rocket system HIMARS from the soil of our neighbors. This is crystal clear. They are using the territory of our neighbors to attack us. He also said the Strait of Hormuz is open. It is only closed to the tankers and ships belonging to our enemies, to those who are attacking us and their allies. Others are free to pass. Many prefer not to. Again, because the situation there is pretty heated. Russia and China are our strategic partners, and we have had close cooperation in the past, which is still continuous, he says. Again, there was many statements given there by that Iranian foreign minister. If you want to go read those, they're over on our X feed, x.com/Nemico Network. D. Howard, thank you so much for the super chat. Highly appreciate it. Says, thanks for keeping it real and not being political. You're my favorite war channel. Thank you so much, D. Howarth. I really appreciate it. Means a lot. And again, the support goes a long way. DJ Blu-ray, also, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thanks for all the updates. I appreciate it, DJ. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much for tuning in. And again, guys, your support goes a hell of a long way in, again, allowing me to continue to bring you guys this reporting. And not to mention that, but be in a constant state of improvement here as we improve, the content that we're bringing to you and our methods and, again, the quality. Again, really appreciate it. John Holt says, I saw someone comment about a tarp. LOL, good times. Hell yeah. Yeah, guys, and I reiterate this. If you're going to ever make claims on the Discord or on the live chat, always post your sources. That's kind of a rule. That's a rule here. Post sources. If you're making a claim or, again, saying something has occurred or whatever, always post a source. Preferably via a link to, again, an accredited source, like whether that may be a news agency or an open source intelligence analyst or whatever it may be. Post a source. Gotta post a source. All right, that's a rule. If what you are saying is speculation, make it known that it is speculation. All right. If it is opinion based, make it clear that it is your opinion. Right. Don't make claims without backing up things with sources. Preferably more than one source if you can. Extremely important. Very, very important. And that's one of the rules in the Discord server as well. Uranus Colonizer says, trying to remember our Ukrainian correspondent's name. You're speaking of Mehmet. Mehmet, a.k.a. Yoru. He's still around. He's doing good. And his cat. His cat is still doing good, too. So, again, one of the identities here of one of the service members that was killed in the crash. Let's be specific here. A crash of a U.S. Air Force KC-135. Again, the crash in western Iraq has been identified, again, by his family. He's survived by his wife and 3 children. His name was Major Alex Kleiner. Again, of the U.S. Air Force there. And we have more on those deceased airmen here very shortly. France proposes Lebanon peace plan requiring Beirut to recognize Israel, sources tell Axios. Again, the U.S. and Israel are currently reviewing. 7 hours ago, France to deploy 10 warships to the Strait of Hormuz following Trump's call for Allied support to reopen vital shipping. So again, it does look like France is sending warships down there to the Strait of Hormuz to lend a hand. 7 hours ago, the IDF airstrikes in southern Lebanon killed dozens of Hezbollah fighters, destroy arms depots and command posts. Northern Command braces as 98th and Golani brigades are dispatched as reinforcements. Again, the fighting continues there in southern Lebanon. Yesterday at the New York City's Al-Quds rally, protesters shout, "We support Hezbollah here. We support Hamas here." Again, some interesting stuff. Some interesting scenes there from New York City.
We support Hezbollah here. Say it loud and say it clear. We support Hezbollah here. We support Hezbollah here. Say it loud and say it clear. We support Hezbollah here. We support Hezbollah here.
Interesting stuff there, ladies and gentlemen. Interesting stuff. Inside Iraqi-resistant tunnels 7 hours ago, we got some footage showing Saraya, Awliya al-Dam striking U.S. sites in Erbil, Iraq, with a coordinated drone swarm. Let's take a look at this footage here. Without the copyrighted music, preferably. And using some one-way attack drones here. They said a coordinated swarm. Some interesting tech. You know what's also interesting is that they're all wearing OCPs. They're all wearing multicam, not necessarily OCPs, but multicam. And you know they're wearing the typical. They're wearing the typical Amazon tactical gloves and airsoft plate carriers, which is interesting. Also, they got the fingers. They got the fingers clipped, but they're wearing like what looks to be nitrile latex gloves underneath. Nitrile black gloves. Again, this is all theatrics. A lot of this is theatrics you're seeing here. You got this guy back here. He's doing his part. You know, he's the lift operator. You know, he has to sit there and push the button so the lift goes up. That's very important. That's one of the most important roles, you know. Just some interesting stuff. Again, a lot of this is theatrics, right? They're all about their theatrics. But it's just interesting some of the equipment they're using. Some of these proxies are, again, getting a little bit more equipped. Which is interesting. Taking some lessons from their adversaries. It says, man, just let us watch the video. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, we could watch it. We could watch it. Again, I don't want to... and the audio has some copyrighted music there, so we can't play that. But it's just music. That's all it is. Just a glorified music video. They all have admin pouches, and are those... I thought those were hand warmers. No, it just looks like a little drop pouch, a little drop admin pouch there. I don't see any IFAKs on their kit, though, or tourniquets. Yeah, not a single tourniquet on any of them, or a single IFAK. Also, it's hard to tell, but I think most of them aren't even wearing plates. He might have a plate in. Yeah, as Too Tall says, a regular Broadway production we're seeing here. Yeah, he might have a plate. Again, it's hard to tell. It looks like most of them are not wearing plates. That might be an IFAK there. I don't see a single tourniquet on any of them, though. Interesting stuff, interesting stuff. 7 hours ago, an Iranian cluster munition hit central Israel's Lod on Saturday. Again, another video of a cluster munition, but we only see a singular explosion, which is interesting. The second of the KC-135 crew members who died in a crash 2 days ago has also been identified by his family. Tech Sergeant Tyler Simmons, 28 years old, 121st Air Refueling Wing at Rickenbacker Air National Guard Base. Again, one of the pilots there that, again, unfortunately died in that KC-135 crash. Those are not Shahheads, by the way. These are not Shahhead drones. I saw somebody in the chat talking about that. These are not Shahheads. These are something else. Again, I was trying to identify what those are. Some of it looks to be cobbled together. Yeah, those are not Shahheads. For those that don't know, I'll show you. These are the Shahheads. They look like a flying Dorito. Oh, they could be a yeah, actually, I didn't think about that. They could be the earlier versions. Hold on. Give me a second here. Oh, yeah, they could be Shahheads. Oh, yep, the 101s. I didn't think about that. These are the older ones. The ultralights. Yeah, that adds up. Actually, yeah, hold on. Let me look here. Well, see this here in front of the wing? Where is it? Where's that tab gone? Maybe? Yeah, I mean, I see it here. And the ones we're looking at, they're in front of the wing. It could be a different variant. I didn't think about the 101s. These are a little bit older. They're kind of like a lighter version. And I believe the range is shorter as well on these. Yeah, only an 8-kilogram warhead. Yeah, strike range of 900 kilometers. Interesting stuff. Harlan Martin says from a hobby shop. Maybe. Krieger says that 747 has entered a holding pattern off the coast. Let's take a look at that real quick. Get that on screen. Yeah. Yes, it would seem so. Waiting to land at Tel Aviv. It's definitely heading to Tel Aviv. So we were right on that one. Again, it looked like it was heading down more, but... Yeah, again, hard to tell because it does look like, again, some transponder glitch happening here. But it could be, indeed, in a holding pattern here. J-Ball says, do we translate what those signs say they were holding? If somebody wants to get in on that, again, that's an example of the community effort here. If somebody wants to get in on that and, again, translate what those signs are, I will drop a link to the video from our X feed in the live chat right now. And, again, if somebody wants to tackle that, again, take a look what the translations are on that. We can get that up on screen here for you. You can send it over to me on Discord or post in the live chat. Yeah, what the signs that they were holding, what they say. Lucolo says, so is this drone homemade? No, those drones were not homemade. They are definitely manufactured. However, there might be some elements on them that are retrofitted or homemade. 7 hours ago, the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense has said that they tracked and intercepted 6 Iranian ballistic missiles headed towards the Al-Kharj Governorate in Saudi Arabia there. Footage of U.S. airstrikes destroys Iranian Su-22 and its hardened does full bunker. I actually showed you guys this same footage the other night on stream. This was just cross-posted again today. Yeah, they've been hitting quite a few of those Su-22s over the past few days. 7 hours ago, Trump's FCC chairman warns broadcasters to, quote, correct course before their license renewals saying outlets that spread hoaxes and news distortions about the Iran war must operate in the public interest or risk losing their licenses. Well, good thing here, again, we have a habit of debunking hoaxes and news distortions, and also we don't broadcast under any network that the FCC, I guess, has control of. I guess the FCC probably oversees YouTube as well, but again, we're a little less affected than primary mainstream media outlets. Krieger says that Su-22 belongs in a museum. Indeed it does. Indeed it does. They have quite a few of those, though. I was looking at some statistics a while ago, and they have quite a few of those still in operation, which is surprising for how old some of those are. Sent Defender posting 7 hours ago, the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense has said that they tracked and intercepted 2 Iranian drones near Riyadh and the eastern region. So again, more drone attacks in Saudi Arabia. 7 hours ago, debris from intercepted missiles spotted today in Shalomi, Israel. I've talked about how some of this debris from those interceptions can still do damage. Check this out. You can see that there. Luckily, it didn't hit that guy's car. Very close, though. That guy got lucky. And luckily, it didn't hit any people either, but... it actually might have hit the bumper, maybe. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it might have hit the bumper. Hard to tell because that tree's blocking it. Yeah, still, close call there. A little scratch on the bumper, a little chip out of the bumper is better than that thing landing on your windshield or something. Or you, for that matter. 7 hours ago, U.S. Air Force B-1 Lancer seek and destroy departing from England on an Iranian strike mission. Hell yeah. 7 hours ago, Qatar says Iran launched 4 ballistic missiles and multiple drones at the country today, but all were intercepted by its air defenses, the Ministry of Defense confirms. Attack on a Revolutionary Guard base in Isfahan tonight. Let's take a look at this footage. Miss Clay J, the second person in the chat tonight to say, has Nemico talked about the AI video of Netanyahu? He's probably dead. I have not seen this quote-unquote AI video yet. Somebody wants to send that over my way. We can try to use our AI debunking skills to see if we can put that one to rest. I do not believe, it is my current assessment that the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is not dead. Again, I believe that is also some misinformation that's going around. That would be pretty big news. I do not believe that is true. However, I'd love to see this video, though. If somebody could send that over in the Discord, pop it into the misinformation propaganda, or actually just DM it to me, or even drop it in the Situation Room, I don't mind. I can take a look at that. IDF says it has killed an IRGC QF Palestine Corps commander in southern Lebanon airstrike. Yassin was a top communications officer for Hezbollah and the Quds Force. Is the 5th Quds Force commander and 3rd Palestine Corps leader that has been eliminated there. Actually, another place to put that would be Fact Check. We have that Fact Check channel under the OSINT category. That'd be a good spot to put it. Fact Check is always a great place to put stuff like that, because then we can fact check it. That's what the Fact Check channel is for. 7 hours ago, sirens wail across Israel as Operation Epic Fury continues tracking missiles and drone threats nationwide. Again, in the red here, you're seeing strikes or drones from Iran. Yellow is launches from Hezbollah in Lebanon. Again, video shows all sirens activated since the start of the operation here. So you can see just like the waves of strikes that are constantly inbound. And if you watch this video closely, you'll notice kind of a bit of a decline here over the days. Again, this is literally just... in fact, you can see the date here. This is the date stamp here. Again, so this is starting on the 28th of February, moving through to today. And you can see here, if you notice, it's, you know, the red alerts, you know, get a little bit less and less. So that's the 28th, all right? So we're still, so these are the early days, right? Look how many alerts, and then as we get further and further, the alert areas get smaller and smaller. Interesting stuff. I showed you this earlier, again, that flag being risen in Venezuela at the U.S. Embassy there. A senior Houthi commander, Abed al-Thawr, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, warns of potential intervention in the war. Says, quote, the first step would be a naval blockade against the U.S. and Israel, stopping commercial and military vessels, including aircraft carriers. And he said other measures could close that waterway there. Interesting. 7 hours ago, again, this was an interview done with Fetterman here on News Nation.
You said that
we'll take a listen to this real quick, like.
You said that you are confident that the world is better after the death of Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, but his son...
100%.
His son, but his son is...
Kill every last member of their leadership.
Well, his son is now in charge, and he's considered even more of a hardliner.
Well, they should kill him, too.
Oh, well, maybe they will. But in the meantime, he's been elected by their 88 clerics to be the guy in charge.
88 clerics.
It's hard to see how we're better off with him in charge.
88 clerics.
And did you expect the Iranian people to rise up, as I think President Trump expected, and encourage them to do?
Well, there's also a fact that he hasn't been able to produce a video or scene in public at all. Why? Maybe they're seriously injured. It could be very hard to just sit down and even do a video and have them put that out. So hopefully he is significantly wounded. And if he does recover, you know, I do absolutely support, you know, having Israel to just eliminate him, you know, along with any other parts of the leadership. I mean, I'm always going to support that. I think it's a good thing to continue to eliminate, you know, leaders of Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Iranian too.
88 clerics.
You said that you are confident that the world is...
That would be a good band name. 88 clerics. Seven hours ago, the citizens of the UAE should immediately leave ports. Again, I already talked about this earlier, but this was the video coming straight from the IRGC on that topic. There's some statements from Vice President J.D. Vance earlier today. We'll take a look at this. Take a listen to these statements here that were given earlier today on Fox News. 88 clerics.
What did you advise the president initially as he considered his actions in Iran, and what are you urging him to do now, especially with Americans seeing higher prices at the pump and some of the fallout from that across the economy? Do you express any concerns like those you've expressed in the past on the possibility of these extended wars?
Well, Bill, I appreciate the question. I know you guys have to ask it, but imagine the situation. We're in the situation room where you can't even take your iPod in there, or your AirPods, I guess what they're called. You can't take your iPhone in there. You can't take anything in there because it is the most classified space anywhere in the world. And I sit there with Pete Hegseth and General Kane and Marco Rubio and the entire White House.
I'm continuing to see discussion about this AI Netanyahu video. Send it over to me, guys. I want to see this. I have not seen this yet. Was this an official release from the Israeli government? I know I've seen a few videos of him over the past few days, but yeah, again, I have not seen this video that you guys that some of you are referring to. Send it over. I want to see this. I want to see this. We can take a look at it live here on screen.
Team, and the president and I and the entire senior team are talking about the options and about what we need to do and about how we must best protect the American people. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to show up here and in front of God and everybody else tell you exactly what I said in that classified room, partially because I don't want to go to prison, and partially because I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to talk to his advisors without those advisors running their mouth to the American media.
88 clerics. And those statements there from Vice President J.D. Vance. Seven hours ago this morning, black smoke billows from Fujairah Port, the UAE's sole oil export hub, outside the Strait of Hormuz after an Iranian drone strike. Authorities say damage came from falling debris. I showed you guys another video from this strike earlier. This is a different clip that came through. Again, showing the smoke billowing from that port. Breezy, shout out to you, Breezy. Breezy, I see you don't have your ranks yet. I'm going to give you your ranks here. Observer, and since you did some translating there, you're going to get the translator rank there as well. Breezy says, the second sign in the drone video on X translated to, quote, we pledge allegiance to Saeed Majosh in the field with marches and missiles, brigades of the Guardians of Blood. That was in that video of the those militia forces there that I showed you earlier. Breezy, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you. Good on you. Again, guys, that's an example of some of the good community effort there put forward. But again, thank you so much, Breezy, for that. If you get the translation on the first sign, let me know. Let me know. Second here, looking at a few things. Looking at a few things that have been sent over my way. Give me 1 second. Okay, all right, okay, interesting. So, all right, I found the video that you guys are referencing here. All right, hold on.
וגם מעבר לו.
Okay, interesting. So this was an article posted by Enigmatic over in the Fact Check channel. Again, this is relating to that video. Actually, 1080p Potato posted the original video. This is coming from Benjamin Netanyahu's official X account. This might have been the video actually the other night that I said it did kind of look a little AI-like. Notice the time though, 8:12. 8:12 minutes in length. The audio, again, that audio, definitely not giving any indicators right off the bat that this is AI generated because of the audio. But there's the question of the hands. There's the question of the hands. Again, AI does have a habit of hallucinating hands. Here, I'll move over to the other actual post that I have for this. Give me 1 second here. So this post here, this is an article here from PolitiFact. It says here, no, Netanyahu didn't have 6 fingers during his press conference. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, so this is his pinky there. And so people, again, were kind of hallucinating that he had like a 6th finger here. In fact, if you watch the video, it is hard to tell because of how pixelated the video is. We'll play the video here. This is, again, this is coming from somebody again on X here that's saying he had 6 fingers.
שמשנים את מאזן הכוחות במזרח התיכון וגם מעבר לו.
Right there, right? So people are saying that there's a 6th finger here. But if you go over to PolitiFact and you look at the image, you can tell that, it was just kind of a... There isn't really a 6th finger there. In fact, actually, the video feed's in the way, so you guys can't see. But so that's his pinky there. This is the bottom. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Can you guys see the mouse? What's going on with the mouse here? You guys should be able to see the mouse. Hold on. Wait. We have a draw tool. We have a draw tool now. There you go. See here? People were, oh, why does it not let me? Okay, well, you get the point. You get the point, all right? Right here, people were saying this looked like a 6th finger there. Because in the video, not close up, like when it's not in full resolution, it definitely does look a little sus. If we go here, right? At first glance, you might think that there was a... See if you count, you might count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you might think there's another finger there. But if you look at... again, if you look at that image there, you can clearly see there's no finger there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Apparently, this is the clip that people are saying, looked like he had a 6th finger. Again, this is just due to the angle and the camera lighting. But what we can do here, and again, so right off the bat, just looking at the original video posted by Netanyahu, right? It's an 8-minute and 12-second video. Right, so right off the bat, a lot of AI models are limited in how many minutes they can produce video footage. But again, that's not too big of an indicator. What is a big indicator here is audio. Listening in on the audio does not have any of the indicators. That hollow, tinny audio that you hear, it sounds garbled. I do believe they are shooting these on like a blue screen. Of some sort. That's possible. It is giving me some blue screen vibes.
אבל כשאנחנו הופכים למעצמה אזורית ובתחומים מסוימים למעצמה עולמית, יש בכוחנו להרחיק מעלינו סכנות ולהבטיח את עתידנו. ב-1993, עוצמה
Trying to look for any other signs of like AI hallucination or visual artifacting. One thing I can tell you right there, guys. Watch his hands come together. And I can tell you right now, the way his hands come together and interact is not, I can tell you right now, that is not indicative of AI generation. See that? See how the fingers bounced? There was clear indication, and also audio. There was audio when his hands came together as well. You can hear his hands making contact. A lot of AI would not render that properly, especially the audio portion of that.
יכולות טכנולוגיות שלנו, יכולות מדיניות שלנו, כדי להכות באיראן בעוצמה ולהרחיק מעלינו את האיומים. כל המאמצים הללו התכנסו למלחמת התקומה, לעל כלבי, ועכשיו לשאגת הארי.
Also, there's clear interaction between his two hands. As it comes through, I don't see any like morphing or visual artifacting happening there.
הוא עדיין שם, אבל עם יכולות פחותות בהרבה. אנחנו מחויבים להשלים את המלאכה, להביא ביטחון לכל אזרחי ישראל, ובפרט לתושבי הצפון.
The shadows are interacting as they should.
כפי שאנחנו עושים, ועוד נמשיך לעשות, למען תושבי הדרום.
Very clear and concise physics.
מרגיש את נחת זרוענו.
Also, the wrinkles in his jacket, again, are very defined and are interacting as they would in real life. Again, also kind of a clear sign that this is not AI generated. Again, for me, I always go off audio. Audio is a huge indicator.
במבצע עם כלבי, אנחנו פרצנו גם לראשונה את הדרך לפגיעה מקיפה גם במאגר הטילים העצום של איראן וגם במפעלי הייצור של טילים נוספים. כך עשינו גם ביחס לפרויקט הגרעין שלה, כולל פגיעה אנושה בבחירי המדענים האיראנים, הם שהובילו את פיתוח פצצות.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say debunked, not AI. Not AI. Jared says more than enough points made. I thought I would, you know, we would just get that one out of the way. I saw a lot of people in the chat again seem to be convinced that was an AI video. Yeah, don't think so. Breezy, again, shout out to you. Shout out to you for translating that sign that we had in that other video. I thought for a second here you had posted the second. Oh, he said. Oh yeah, he did. Okay, so the first sign translated to Islamic Resistance Brigades of the Guardians of Blood, American Occupation Headquarters in Erbil was the first sign. Thank you so much, Breezy. I really appreciate that. Highly, highly appreciated. Jared says you had me at hand sounds. Yeah, that's like right off the bat there. That's a big one, right? Like the clear impact and physics interaction between his two hands and the sound translated onto the microphone as soon as his hands come together. AI is still not completely there yet with fully articulating that sort of stuff. And as Gafford says, if he were dead, it would probably be out already. Yeah, I mean, that would be huge news. Massive news across Israel and the United States. Benny Hill says, at this rate, I'm going to run out of beer. Oh, don't worry, we're getting there. We're only 2.5 hours into this stream here, ladies and gentlemen. We got quite a bit here still left to go through. Again, I appreciate everybody tuning in tonight. Again, we're still going through our open source intelligence feed here on X at x.com/Nemico Network. If you haven't already, please hit the like button below. Again, it helps get this news out to more people, helps get the algorithm's attention. 7 hours ago, we have some strikes that occurred here in Isfahan, Iran. Under intense airstrikes today, let's take a look at this footage we got. It's definitely some footage. I definitely could see some strikes there. Quite a lot, actually. Some fires burning there. Looks like quite a few targets were hit in Isfahan today. Ohm's Law. Love your name, by the way. It's a great law, Ohm's Law. Is now following on Twitch. Thank you so much, Ohms. I really appreciate it. Some other video footage here. Let's take a look at this. It might be harder. Hold on. Can we split? No, that's not gonna work. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That looks better. At least you can see the strikes there. Yeah, this is in Isfahan. Isfahan, Iran. Say that 5 times fast. 7 hours ago, the IRGC footage shows Shahed 136 drones launched at U.S. bases across the Gulf in this footage here. Again, you can see they have like an initial kind of rocket booster that fires to get them off that catapult launcher and into the air. And then the propeller that is mounted on the back there, again, does most of the pushing. Random Krieger says, Nemico Network, 24-hour live stream when? We may have to do one of those eventually. I have done them in the past. The longest one I did was during Ukraine. We did 46 hours straight, and I nearly died. It was one hell of a time. 46 hours straight during the Ukraine, the initial days of the Ukraine invasion. I went to sleep. I think I slept like 3 to 6 hours, somewhere in that period. Got back up and followed that up with another 12-hour stream. Bathroom Bobby says, I think we all nearly died on that one. Yeah, that one was pretty crazy. Pretty crazy for sure. Creeker says, that reminds me of a V1. Yeah. No. I get V1 vibes off that for sure. IRGC hit in Shiraz. So again, this is another U.S./Israeli strike that occurred in Shiraz. Here's some footage here of the smoke rising above after that blast.
شیراز حمله مجدد به صنایع الکترونیک شیراز 3 انفجار پشت سر هم.
So hours ago, International Union of Muslim Scholars Chairman Ali al-Qaradaghi says, quote, "Don't respond to Iran's attacks. Muslims must unite against Israel instead and stand up to the expansionist Zionist American project." 7 hours ago, Iranian international affairs expert Mostafa Koshem says, quote, "The UAE is the size of 2 small Iranian cities. We can hit it so hard that nothing will remain of it," they say. "The Strait of Hormuz should be shut down for 3 months until our enemies agree to our conditions." Another statement here made on Iranian TV here, state TV. Again, this is coming from Iranian academic Fouad Izzadi on state TV there. It says, quote, "Americans must suffer at least 2,000 casualties to learn a serious lesson from this war. A high death toll will stop the war and prevent any future attacks on Iran." Again, to reiterate, those statements are coming directly from Iranian state TV. And in other news here, 7 hours ago, Iran's Space Research Institute was struck and severely destroyed, as you can see on screen. I'm going to go back to our focus feed here so we get a little bit more detail on these images here. Benji says, "Did we miss a strike in Beirut? I do not believe so. However, I do see some smoke rising there in the background." I'll go ahead and I'll get our Beirut skyline feed up on screen in the bottom right corner so we can keep an eye on that area as we continue to progress through tonight's reports. Seven hours ago here, coming from OSINT Technical to our feed on X. Last night, Iranian-backed militias struck the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad, destroying the facility's rooftop Giraffe 1X multi-mission radar, the Giraffe 1X handheld drone detection, and CRAM tracking. Again, that is the primary radar infrastructure which is used to alert the CRAM automated system, again, so it kicks into action and intercepts those incoming munitions and drones. However, I will reiterate here, they do most likely have backup units, backup radar systems here at this base that they can put into use. Seven hours ago, American-Iranian Shiite scholar Hamza Sodagar on the spread of Islam in the U.S., and we are being interrupted here by air raid alerts coming in across Israel in Tel Aviv. On screen now. Skies, thank you for tuning in. Says, "Hello, I'm late." No worries, Skies, no worries. We held down the fort. We held down the fort without you here. Good to see you tuning in, though. Good to see you. It would seem that the AP camera operator here is sleeping on the job because they still have not turned the camera down to the buildings as they usually do when airstrikes are coming in or when air raid alerts are coming on. Two separate angles coming out of Tel Aviv at the moment, folks. Both are not angling towards the ground at the moment. Yeah, no camera pan. No camera pan on either one of the cameras. These are separate separate networks broadcasting these. No camera pan. Shandi Richmond says he'll pan it down soon. TM. Nothing. Nothing at all. I did have our air raid alert map muted there. My bad. So that's why we didn't hear the initial alarm come through. But it does look like all those alerts have gone through now. Kipcast says they were. He thought they were automated. No, it's a manual operator. It's a manned camera. They just must not be up on top of the rooftops now, or maybe things have changed. Possibly things have changed there. Who knows? Yeah, as Curtis West says, maybe they changed protocol. That could be. As Krieger says, maybe they were intercepted before they got over the city. Most definitely. Most definitely, yeah. Again, there's many layers of interception, many layers of air defense that they have before those missiles even get to Israeli territory. Rockin' Gruth says our schools shut down. I actually just reported on this earlier tonight that across Israel they are reopening schools. Kids are going back to schools in Israel. All right, I'll back off our volumes once again here on these feeds. We'll keep an eye on this, but yeah, more strikes just came in again. That was our first alarms. Actually, we had quite a bit over the past hour here that I just did not see because we had the map muted. My bad, my bad. Definitely some smoke rising there in Beirut. Tone down that volume there real quick. Kipcast says, surely it's remote operated. They aren't on the roof, are they? Yes. Yes, they are. These operators, I mean, often they'll be up on the roof or they'll be inside the building and the cameras are just up on the roof operating. And then they, you know, whenever an alert comes through, they'll run up there. They'll pan the cameras. And they do, yep, they do rotate the crews, as Krieger says. You know, again, it's usually like a, you know, somewhere like a 4 or 5 man team of, you know, journalists and reporters / camera operators, technicians, you know what I mean, that are, again, sent in to conduct the camera operations here on these rooftops. Same in Beirut, same stuff in Beirut. Yeah, we've heard many conversations from these camera operators over the years, even right back to Ukraine. 7 hours ago, Iranian General Mohsen Rezai on conditions to end the war. He says the U.S. must compensate Iran for damage caused by the bombing. American military bases must withdraw from the Gulf region, which, of course, will never happen. Again, more footage from Isfahan today showing some of the strikes that occurred there. Seven hours ago, heavy strikes on Iranian Revolutionary Guard Central Command Headquarters in Shahir, Isfahan province today. So again, here's some more footage out of Isfahan, guys. Some pretty dicey footage here, I might add. Let's take a look. I can tell you right now, I would not be standing. I would not be standing right there as strikes are incoming that close. I mean, do you know how far fragmentation and debris fly out at extremely high speeds, lethal speeds from blasts like that? This is, I guess this is just proof that the camera operator, the cameraman never dies, as they say. Check this out. Yeah, he definitely felt that for sure. That definitely rung his bell. I can hear him. He's breathing pretty hard, though. That definitely got him shook up a little bit. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. This is coming from OSINT Technical. This is some footage out of Ukraine. Ukrainian forces successfully hit a Russian missile storage base in Luhansk tonight, causing a series of massive secondary explosions. Ukrainian mid-range strike drones are increasingly wreaking havoc in the Russian rear area. Again, not Iran-related, but let's take a look at this footage. Again, definitely some cook-off happening there. Interesting stuff. This is some geolocation from where some of these strikes occurred. Again, Russian SAMs are reportedly cooking off and launching from the depot there. Again, more of that footage. "6 hours ago from the Iranian parliament speaker saying, quote, 'This war proved one thing quite clearly. The American bases in our region does not protect anyone. They are a threat. America sacrifices everyone for Israel and does not care about anyone but Israel.'" That's, again, coming from the Iranian parliament speaker earlier today. I reported on this earlier. Again, that's that flag being raised there above Venezuela. 6 hours ago, Iran's military says Brigadier General Abdullah Jali Nassab, a senior army official, has been eliminated in IDF airstrikes. Again, another IRGC official there, biting the dust, as they say. IDF strikes southern Lebanon building linked to Hezbollah military infrastructure. Let's take a look at this clip. With the Fox with the instant replay there. And some fresh CENTCOM footage, fresh off the press, fresh off the grill, some would say, of their strikes on Islamic regime. The first strike is on a hardened, dome-shaped military storage bunker on Karg Island. So again, more of this footage is coming from Karg Island. Let's take a look here. Six hours ago, Saudi Arabia was under an Islamic regime attack. That was 6 hours ago that was reported. Also 6 hours ago, Mossad racing to stop Iranian terror plots against Jews and Israelis worldwide as Tehran ramps up global retaliation efforts. That comes as we've had quite a few attacks here in the homeland, here in the United States, domestically over the past few days. 6 hours ago, the office of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has dismissed social media claims on Saturday that suggested he has been assassinated in an Iranian response to U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. More of that same footage there from Karg Island. I showed you this footage earlier. 6 hours ago, coming from OSINT Technical, Formula One has officially canceled the Saudi Arabian and Bahrain Grand Prix due to the ongoing Iran war. Unfortunate for all of you Formula One race fans there. Give me 1 second here, ladies and gentlemen. we got another air raid alert coming in here.
Alarm. Abu Krinat.
Southern
Arab
Israel.
Negev. Abu Tlul. Al-Fora. Kseife. Sawa. Arad. Marit. Masada. Tel Arad. Kfar Hanokdim. En Bokek. Nevatim. Betin. Chura. Meitar. Karmit. Kramim. Har Amasa. Shani.
Quite a lot of them coming
Livne.
through.
San Sana. Bet Yatir. Tene Omarim. Meitarim Industrial Zone. Shim'a. Susia. Ma'on. Carmel. Ein Gedi Beth.
Dumpy says, I like this order of news better. Are you referring to me starting at the 12-hour mark and going backwards? I think it is a lot more efficient, for sure. But yeah, we got a lot of alerts coming through here now. Again, I'm going to mute as they call off the town names here, and then I'll go ahead and unmute that here in just a few minutes once those alerts come through. But yeah, again, fresh alerts coming through into Israel here, again, as the Iranians launch another barrage of missiles towards Israel here at this hour. Going back to our X feed here, I'm going to unmute this. So if we get any other alerts coming through, we'll be able to see those. 6 hours ago, FA-18E Super Hornets and F-35C Lightning IIs assigned to Carrier Air Wing 9 CVW-9 there. Again, carry out daytime and nighttime flight operations against Iran on board the USS Abraham Lincoln CVN-72 from its position in the Arabian Sea in support of Operation Epic Fury. Digit, good to see you. Good to see you. More alerts coming through. More alerts coming through here on screen now. Yeah, Digit, good to see you. You're joining us at a good time. Again, we're still going through our X feed here. Sean D. Richmond says, starting at 12 hours and getting more recent is a good program. I'm liking it. Well, I appreciate it. Again, I think that is a much more practical way to go through those feed alerts. Again, more alerts coming through here into Israel at this moment. Some interesting developments in the lines over on Polymarket over the past day or two here. Following reports that 2,500 to 5,000 Marines have now been ordered to the Middle East, and that the Trump administration is considering a possible operation to seize Iran's Karg Island in northern Persian Gulf. Again, chances that the that U.S. forces, enter kind of a boots on the ground operation within Iran here have gone up, as you can see on this Polymarket line chart there. Again, they've started to spike again. Very interesting stuff. Again, I reported last night, again, 2,200 Marines with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, accompanied by the Triple-E Amphibious Ready Group, are heading to the Middle Eastern Theater here. Again, it's going to take them about 12 days or so to get there. About 11 days now, again, since it's been a day since I reported on that, but yeah, about 10 or 11 more days until they are in theater and ready to rock and roll in whatever capacity that CENTCOM seems fit to utilize them. 5 hours ago, satellite imagery from earlier today, March 14th, captured the American-class amphibious assault ship USS Triple-E, that's LHA-7, and her 2,500 embarked Marines with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit. Again, en route to the Middle East. You can see this, again, this satellite imagery here, and it was geolocated as well. They're currently transiting down through the South Pacific there. en route to the Middle East. Some reporting here from the Institute of Study War on the current Russia situation, Russian-Ukraine situation. If you guys want to go read that, it's over in the X feed. Highly recommend it. Or you can go directly check that out on the Institute for Study of War on their website there. 5 hours ago, U.S. President Donald Trump tells NBC News that Iran is ready to negotiate a ceasefire, but he's not ready to make a deal because, quote, because the terms aren't good enough yet. I don't think you could say that Iran is openly asking for a ceasefire. Again, they've been saying the direct opposite over the past few days. Breaking news 5 hours ago, U.S. President Donald Trump says he is hearing that Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is not alive. Quote, I'm hearing he's not alive, and if he is, he should do something very smart for his country, and that is to surrender. Again, coming from NBC News just a few hours ago. A few hours ago. Hours ago again, U.S. President Donald J. Trump said in an interview Saturday with NBC News that he's not ready to make a deal to end the war with Iran, despite the country's willingness to do so. Again, I would argue that they are not currently willing to do so, but who knows. Quote, because the terms aren't good enough yet. He also said during that same interview that he was, quote, surprised that Iran decided to attack other Middle Eastern countries in response to the U.S.-Israeli operation. He also said that U.S. strikes on Karg Island on Saturday totally demolished most of the military infrastructure on that island. Coming from CENTCOM earlier today, President Trump said he was, quote, surprised that Iran decided to attack other Middle Eastern countries. Again, this is an image from those strikes that occurred on Karg Island. That's the real point there I was trying to make. That is the real point that we were trying to get to there, ladies and gentlemen. Another statement coming from President Donald Trump today. Again, he said, quote, we've knocked out most of their missiles. We've knocked out most of their drones. We've knocked out most of their manufacturing of missiles and drones, largely. Within 2 days, it'll be totally decimated. And in a big development here, this is one of the posts I've been waiting to show you guys all night. I've been very excited for this one. This is coming from OSINT Technical on X. Again, posted into our feed earlier tonight. Again, for the first time, an Iranian-backed militia has carried out an FPV drone attack in Iraq. An incredibly dangerous new development. Seen here, the FPV munition flies around Victory Base near Baghdad International Airport before slamming into a target there. Let's take a look at this footage. Without the copyrighted music. Yeah, this is the first time that we have seen these FPVs utilized in this operation, in this war, I should say, so far. I definitely don't like calling it an operation. I know that's, that's the term the U.S. is using. But again, I think it's better to call it as it is. Again, this is a war, of course. But yeah, this is the first time, again, an FPV drone has been seen being utilized, at least by the militia forces here. This is the first footage I've seen of an FPV attack in general since the start of this war. Nathan asking what was the target here. Again, unclear. We do see towards the end of the video what they impact. I'm not sure if that was their intended target or if they're... It kind of looked like in the video like they were just kind of fishing for a target. And they're scoping out these hangars here. Also, it seems they had a pretty good connection. A lot of the Ukraine-Russian FPV footage that we get, again, not nearly as good of a video connection, a video feed connection. I mean, some of them, yeah, but I've seen a lot of footage out of Ukraine with a pretty shoddy video link connection. Yeah, look, they're scoping out this hangar here. See, they're just fishing for a target. Yeah, they have a pretty good video link, again, which tells me, yes, they literally just, they were getting towards the end of their run there. Not sure exactly why they decided just to hit that door. I mean, I don't think they clearly had a target. They were just kind of, as I said, fishing for a target here. But, yeah, what tells me that, again, whoever was operating this was probably pretty nearby. Very clear video feed, very interference-free video feed here. Yeah, they just slammed right into the side of that building there. Yeah, it does not seem to be clear what they were aiming for there at all. Again, here's some geolocation of the impact point right here on the side of this building here. Again, no doubt it was very minimal damage, if any. Some analysis here coming from Mark Valorian. Again, this is posted by OSINT Technical. One of the biggest advantages of an FPV drone is that you can wander around until you find something to hit. And you then, again, generated a piece of intelligence that can be analyzed later to select more targets. So this video feed, they can go and watch this back and then, be like, oh, hey, we can, launch another attack and hit, this target or whatever. Not Ryan. Good to see you. Says, this comment is a bit late, been catching up on the stream at 2x speed. I generally agree about the hallmarks of AI voice, but models are trained on specific person's voice have been getting really good. Yes, they have. That is true. That is very true. However, you usually can still see, you can still hear those hallmark. There's like, if you go and watch the video I have over on the YouTube channel, I talk about that at great length. Even with those models that are trained specifically on a person's voice, they might get the voice right. But there's always some other audio indicators that I look for, which for me personally, as I've been debunking AI videos for almost 2 years now, since we've started to get more of these models that have audio, especially over the past year with like Gemini and some of the newer models that, again, like Sora, some of the newer models that are using audio that generate audio as well, they all have that hallmark garbled, tinny, hollow audio sound. They can get voices right, but there's usually that like hollow, tinny, garbled, like kind of undertone is always still there, almost always. I haven't seen any AI generated video that has gotten that quite right yet. 4 hours ago, the Swiss government decided on several overflight requests for U.S. military aircraft. 2 requests related to the war in Iran were rejected, while 1 maintenance flight and 2 overflight requests for transport aircraft were approved. That came 4 hours ago. Also 4 hours ago, U.S. President Donald Trump told NBC News that it's unclear if Iran has mined the Strait of Hormuz. He says, quote, "We're going to be sweeping the strait very strongly, and we believe other countries will join us, some of whom are impeded from getting oil there in the Strait of Hormuz." 4 hours ago, again, some more details here saying this is also appears to be a fiber optic linked UAV, which means it's unjammable. Again, that would explain the clear signal that we saw on that video feed. If that is true, that would explain why we saw such a clear video feed coming through that drone. If it is fiber optic, again, those usually have much better signal. Again, you can't. It's again pretty much unjammable. I mean, unless you take a pair of shears and cut that fiber optic line. There are some directed energy weapons that can take those down, but mostly you'd be utilizing kinetic, some kind of kinetic counter UAV system. But interference-wise, there's really nothing that can interfere with those unless you sever that fiber optic line. So again, that would explain why that signal looked so good that we were seeing on that feed there. The drone itself is carrying a 5 to 30 kilometer spool of fiber optic line, somebody said. Again, still waiting to get some further imagery from that drone video. Again, more of Donald Trump saying, that he doesn't believe that he is alive. Again, referring to the new supreme leader there, Mojtaba Khamenei. 4 hours ago, according to U.S. President Donald J. Trump speaking to NBC News, the U.S. may strike Iran's economically and strategically important Karg Island again. I'm telling NBC in an interview, we may hit it a few more times just for fun. Just for the kicks. Just for shits and giggles. A statement here was given out again about their decision to cancel that F1 race. Again, I won't bore you guys with that one, but if you want to read that one, you can go over on our X feed and find that there. Again, a lot of speculation about the use of fiber optics in that drone hit. 4 hours ago, this was right before I went live this evening, actually, in like 45 minutes leading up to me going live tonight. Iran launched missiles towards Israel a short time ago, again with Fox News reporting that sirens were heard in Tel Aviv. I did hear those sirens on the feeds right as I was preparing this stream to go live tonight. 4 hours ago, again, alarms now sounding in central Israel after a new wave of missiles and drones were detected. Also, to reiterate on the report I gave earlier, satellite imagery from earlier today, March 14th, captured the American-class amphibious assault ship, the USS Tripoli, again transiting through the South China Sea en route to the Middle East. 3 hours ago, footage shows a fire in central Israel after missiles were launched from Iran towards the country today. You can see in this footage that fire burning there in the background. Also tonight, reports of a ballistic missile impact in Tel Aviv following the launch of several missiles by Iran. These were those missile launches here, by the way. Again, so it does look like either debris made it through or a direct impact made it through there. We'll take a look at these videos here on screen. No audio for this one, unfortunately, but you can see a fire burning there. And then we have another video here as well, or image, sorry, again, of what clearly looks to be a impact site there. You can see that vehicle was tossed. Again, that tells me this was probably a direct hit. Give me 1 second here, guys. Just look at a couple things people sent over my way. Give me a second here. All right, so next up, here we have, again, fire breaks out in Ramlah, Israel, after Iranian strike. Again, here's a video on screen of that fire burning after that strike occurred. In that footage, you could still hear what sounds to be jets in the skies above as well. 3 hours ago, the U.S. Department of Defense has identified 6 service members that were killed in Thursday's crash of that Air Force KC-135 Stratotanker in western Iraq following a mid-air collision with another KC-135. So, again, and just to reiterate on those previous reports, our initial assessment here on the channel, when we got those breaking reports coming out, when it was still unclear what the cause was, we're correct. Again, it was a mid-air collision between 2 KC-135s. So, again, interesting there. Again, Major John A. Kleiner, 33, of Auburn, Atlanta, I believe, or Alabama? Auburn, Alabama, I'm pretty sure. Captain Ariana G. Savino, 31, of Covington, Washington. Tech Sergeant Sergeant Ashley B. Pruitt, 34, of Bardstown, Kentucky. Were assigned to the 6th Air Refueling Wing, MacDill Air Force Base in Florida. And Captain Seth R. Koval, 38, of Moorville, Indiana. And Captain Curtis J. Angst, 30, of Wilmington, Ohio. And Tech Sergeant Tyler H. Simmons, age 28, of Columbus, Ohio, were assigned to the 121st Air Refueling Wing at Rickenbacker Air National Guard Base in Columbus, Ohio. Again, our hearts and minds go out to the families of those airmen, again, that lost their lives in that crash of that KC-135 airborne refueler. Again, that brings our total up to 13 U.S. service members that have been killed so far in this war. 3 hours ago, U.S. Central Command released footage of a B-52 Stratofortress taking off for strikes against Iran. Again, I'm pretty sure this footage is also coming out of RAF Fairford, if I'm not mistaken. Again, some more images of some of those airmen, again, that lost their lives in the crash of that KC-135 here. Again, they did release the names today, as I just mentioned moments ago. Again, there's that same video of that B-52 taking off. Here's actually the images of all of those, again, airmen that were, again, unfortunately killed in the crash of that KC-135. Two hours ago, the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense has said that they tracked and intercepted 7 drones targeting the capital of Riyadh and the eastern region of the country. That, again, 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago that occurred. So that was right when we were coming on the air. That was actually, no, sorry, that was during us being on the air. That was about an hour and a half in to us being on the air tonight that these strikes occurred. They also said that they tracked and intercepted 2 Iranian drones. So there were 7 drones, and there was a separate report that came out saying 2 additional Iranian drones, again, were being tracked there. Again, here's a B-52 Stratofortress. This is, I believe, another clip. This could be the same one, just cross-posted. But again, taking off there, I believe from RAF Fairford, if I'm not mistaken. Again, heading out for another round of strikes on Iranian territory earlier this evening. 2 hours ago, from U.S. Representative Nancy Mace, says, today we pray for the 2,500 Marines sent to the Middle East, for their families, and for their safety and the success of their mission. May God watch over every American service member standing in harm's way. Again, some more excellent reporting here from the Institute of the Study of War. Again, going into great detail on some of the strikes and locations, that were hit during those U.S. strikes on Karg Island, Iran's Karg Island there. Again, they targeted some radar sites there, an air defense complex. They also struck the airport as well as an Artesh hovercraft base. Again, for those that don't know, Artesh is not the IRGC. It is the Iranian government army, not the regime's army. But again, this is the oil infrastructure that you see highlighted in purple here. Again, they did not strike any of that oil infrastructure on that island. Again, I highly recommend you guys go check out Institute of Study of War's reporting. It's really high quality, good stuff, good stuff. Again, you can check that out on their website. Again, 1 hour ago, images of the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad following last night's Iranian strike. from either a one-way attack drone or a rocket appear to show the burned and mangled remains of a Saab Giraffe 1X 3D multi-mission surveillance radar. Again, in addition to this, a helicopter pad was also struck there. So again, some strikes did get through at that U.S. embassy. 41 minutes ago, Israel informed the United States earlier this week that it is running critically low on ballistic missile interceptors as the conflict with Iran rages on, having entered the conflict already low on interceptors from last year's 12-day war. Again, it remains to be seen if the U.S. and its allies can provide more of those interceptors not only to Israel, but to the Gulf nations as well. 39 minutes ago, Iran is launching a series of missile and drone attacks on the UAE, Israel, and Bahrain and Kuwait this morning. Again, for those who don't know, it is currently 7:08 a.m. in Tel Aviv, Israel. I believe it's about 8 or 9 in Iran at the moment. 39 minutes ago, from the Ministry of the Interior in Bahrain, they said the siren has been sounded. Citizens and residents are urged to remain calm and head to the nearest safe place. And also, 1 hour ago, Al Arabia correspondent monitoring the launch of missiles from Iran towards central Israel. Again, that was about an hour ago, give or take. Our feed here is a little bit behind since we've been scrolling back through here. The UAE's, this is coming 1 hour ago, the UAE's air defenses are currently dealing with missile attacks and incoming drones originating from Iran. And the Ministry of Defense confirms that the sounds heard in scattered areas of the country are the result of air defense systems intercepting ballistic missiles. Again, that was about 1 hour ago. 36 minutes ago, Iran on Sunday morning launched a series of missiles and drone attacks on the UAE, Israel, Bahrain, and Kuwait. Again, that's coming from OSINT Technical. Good on him over there, good on him. 30 minutes ago, coming from OSINT Technical, Lebanese-based Hezbollah has now joined in, firing at central Israel. Again, we saw those alerts come through on our red alert map here, which you just saw on screen. 13 minutes ago, U.S./Israeli fighter jet loitering over Iran's Isfahan this morning as a heavy series of airstrikes hit the city. Let's take a look at this footage here. Random Krieger says, Nemico Network, a wave of tankers is taken off. Let's take a look real quick at our flight radar here and look for those tankers. Yeah, I do see 1, 2. Got another flight coming into Tel Aviv, passenger flight, interestingly enough. I see 2 on screen right now, Krieger. There might be a few more. We got another one over here. Again, kind of straddling the Iraqi-Saudi Arabian border here. And then another KC-135 over yonder here, over the Persian Gulf, in a holding pattern at the moment. Again, over the Persian Gulf, like I was talking about earlier. 2 airborne. There was a third one on the ground, but it turned its transponder off. Oh, I see it again. Or is this it? No, that's not it. That's another passenger flight coming online there. Roger that. Krieger, thank you much for that. I appreciate that. Again, we'll keep an eye on these here over the next short while here as we continue to go through our reports here on X. Yeah, just a reminder, guys, for political discussions, for political-based discussions and debates, we recommend doing that over in the Discord server in the politics channel. Anyone is welcome over there, and you guys can get right down into the nitty-gritty, so to speak, of your debates in that politics channel. We do like to keep politics, I mean, as much as we can out of the live chats. However, everybody is welcome, as I said earlier, again, on all sides. All views, all opinions are welcome in the live chat. Again, we just we ask that everybody stays respectful and constructive in the live chat. And then again, if you're going to have those heated political debates, our battlefield for those, our coliseum of political debate, is that political channel, politics channel, over in the Discord server. Highly recommend you join and go over there and join in those discussions there. Krieger says they've been arguing all night. Yeah, I've been watching. Again, yeah, we try to keep the politics chat out of the live chat, guys. Again, we're here for Again, going through the facts and the data, going through the open source intelligence reports and the news. If you do, that politics channel is active 24/7, especially even during our live chats. So again, that's the best spot to go over there and conduct your debates if you'd like to do that. And again, we do enforce, if things are getting out of hand and disrespectful in the live chat over there, again, we do have to enforce that. But again, yeah, this mainly what we like to have the live chat for is, again, respectful and unbiased based discussions, mainly focused on what we're seeing here on screen. All right. Again, things like the open source intelligence data and the reports, you're more than welcome to post those in the live chat as much as you want. You're welcome to, again, provide your analysis and even your opinions as well. But again, we just ask that it stays respectful and constructive. That's the only thing. That's the only thing. But again, all parties are welcome in the chat, 100%, 100%. And again, I definitely enforce that, that everybody is welcome to stay in the chat. We don't ban other sides or other opinions from talking in the chat. Because, again, that would kind of go against our core values here of that we want all sides to be able to join in on this discussion. I mean, pro-Iran, pro-regime, pro-U.S., pro-American, pro-Russian, we don't care, all right? Again, all sides are welcome to chat. The only thing that, again, we ask is that it stays constructive and respectful. And preferably, if you're going to have political debates, that we do them over in the politics channel on the Discord server. That's the best place for it. You guys can go as far into your debates as you want over there on the politics channel. 17 minutes ago appears to be an F-35. Again, this was taken from this video here. Again, identifying that aircraft there that we saw in that video. Big shout out to, again, OSINT Technical for doing some due diligence there, again, and identifying this aircraft. And then if I refresh our feed, we'll have the latest for you guys here as well. Again, we've been going through those reports for like an hour or two now. It doesn't actually look like we have anything else that came in, surprisingly. So it does look to be up to date. But very interesting. Again, very interesting. So that looks like it concludes our open source intelligence feed here on X. Again, highly recommend you guys go and follow us here on X. That's x.com/Nemico Network. It's a great resource for 24/7 open source intelligence updates on not only the situation in Iran, but globally. We cover, again, a wide variety of topics globally here in an unbiased fashion. Important, right? In an agenda-free, unbiased fashion. Again, it's mainly focused on the data and the reports. That's kind of the again, kind of our rule of conduct here, right? Is that, our primary role is analyzing, aggregating, analyzing, and reporting on the data, the facts of what's going on in these situations. All right. Dum says 3 military planes circling. Third one just took off. Are you talking about from Israel there? Or? Oh yeah, we got Yeti 11. And then we have these guys here as well. Yeah, all are, so this is a KC-46, and we have two 135Rs up in the air at the moment. Hell yeah. Gafford says, come on, we're having fun in here. Hell yeah, and that's, again, it's all about having a good time, for sure. I do not mind it. I do not mind it at all. Again, as long as everybody stays respectful and constructive. Keywords there. Call sign Yeti 11. Yep, I see it here on screen. I got it here on screen, Krieger. Shout out to Krieger for keeping such a... Krieger, and there's a few others in the live chat tonight as well. Big shout out to you guys, again, for keeping an eye on our aircraft radar. We need more. We need more naval guys, though. I know there's a few of you maritime naval buffs in chat. We need more of you guys keeping an eye on movements, not only here in the Strait, but again, across the 7 seas, as one would say, and reporting those in the chat. We also have a few radio guys that really like to, tune into EAMs and like air traffic control and stuff. They send me stuff occasionally too. We need more of you guys though in the chats as well, for sure. D. Hallworth, good to see you tuning in tonight. Thank you for stopping by. Martin says China is still getting its oil. It's still getting some oil. But as you saw earlier tonight, I showed you guys that footage of the situation rapidly deteriorating there in China. Let's see if I can find it actually again. There was that footage that came out of China today. I've actually seen multiple clips just over the past 48 hours of they're like a run on the pumps, so to speak. Everybody's kind of panicking in China again as prices there, fuel prices have started to go up. Again, as I mentioned before, China gets the majority of its oil out of the Gulf nations, out of that Strait of Hormuz. And yeah, there are a few tankers that are being let through, but not nearly enough to sustain those economies. Not only in China, but in India too. They're suffering the most. India and China are by far suffering the most from this strait closure. I've been reading reports one after the other over the past 48 to 72 hours here of the deteriorating energy situation there, both in India and in China. Prices have, again, began to skyrocket. And then, of course, we saw that footage earlier today. I've seen a couple of these clips here, right here. Drivers swarm Chinese gas stations ahead of looming price hikes. Again, long lines are reported. So people are kind of running to the pump here, as prices have already started to go up here in China. But again, reports are coming out across China that those prices are going to skyrocket, and so everybody's kind of panicking and running on the pumps there, again, to fill up and to get gas before those prices, again, increase even more than they already have, I should say. But this is one of quite a few clips that I've seen. For those that, again, have not already, hit the like button below the stream. Again, we just got done going through our open source intelligence updates here on X. I'm taking a look at some of the stuff that you guys sent me. Taking a look at some of the stuff you guys have sent me over the course of the evening. This was posted by 1080p Potato. Again, this is an update that came a short while ago. Again, air defense systems are currently responding to a missile threat. Please remain in a safe location and follow official channels. This is for the UAE. Again, as another missile barrage was sent from Iran into that region. Shout out to 1080p Potato and all of the others that have been posting over there in the Situation Room. This is, again, more footage of shelling occurring in Isfahan, Iran. Also posted by 1080p Potato in the Situation Room. Wow, look at that. Some pretty massive strikes occurred over there. Again, a lot of smoke billowing into the air. You can see further strikes occurring. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. He also posted this. Yeah, I actually covered this earlier when we were going through the feed. But again, Iran confirms the killing of the Major General Abdullah Jalali, one of the Army's top commanders, in an Israeli attack. Again, that came on Iranian state TV. But this was also reported by Ali Arabia as well. Second here. Saw that. Saw that. Okay, that's good to go. Make sure my feeds are updated. Smoke still rising here above some previous strikes that occurred in Beirut. That's interesting. Oh, I was wondering what was going on with my live chat there. I had it frozen. I had it paused on my end. Krieger said I try, and I do naval stuff. It had the military ships on it because I know Jack squat about maritime nonsense. I know there's a few naval / maritime guys over there in the chat. Curtis West says the Strait was a mess beforehand. Have to admit, there was no easy way to do all of this without creating that problem in a fashion we went in. Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, the Strait has always been a very sensitive topic, very sensitive situation, you could say. There's been many incidences that have happened there over the past 20 to 40 years. Sean D. Richmond says, still waiting for the UAE to dig a canal for tankers to bypass the strait. Yeah, you know, I mean, that would definitely solve it. It would probably take quite a while for them to do something like that, though. Digit says, in the U.S., people are panicking over ammunition, up 50% in 1 week. China is cutting off black powder, and war efforts are massively increasing demand. Wild to see the runs on things like gas and ammo. I have also seen the increase in ammo prices, but that happens every time. Every time we have any type of incident or major global event, ammo prices increase. Happened during COVID, happened during Ukraine. It happened during the 12-day war last year. I saw increases in ammo prices. That always happens, and then they eventually come back down. Hopefully they'll come back down this time as well. Too Tall Tom says all-nighter. I'm not so sure. Maybe we'll see how it goes. Nick says, I don't think we're going to see Chinese sleeper cells. I saw you guys talk about Chinese sleeper cells in the chat. Maybe when China and Taiwan kick off. Maybe when that kicks off. You never know. Yeah, as Sean D. Richmond says, oil is China's biggest import. It's like 11% of all their imports or something. Yeah, they are extremely dependent on the import of oil, especially from the Strait of Hormuz. Not Ryan. Says, I don't understand how Iran can claim to be both allowing some nations through the Strait, but also be deploying mines in any substantial volume. So, again, from all reports, from all analysis I've seen, they are not currently deploying mines in any substantial volume to actually hinder the Strait. The biggest worry there is as those vessels commute is any drone attacks or missile attacks or one-way attack boats, which, again, is a lot harder for them to do at the moment since a lot of those facilities or sites where those boats have been stored have been hit. And, again, the main thing keeping vessels from going through the Strait right now is not any physical hindrance, right? But it's an insurance issue, and it's a fear thing, right? You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these shipping companies just don't want to risk it. And to back up what I said earlier, I'm pretty sure that only 17 vessels in the past 24 hours have gone through the Strait. That's not just oil tankers and shipping, right? That's like all boats, fishing vessels, private vessels. That's it. That's all that has gone through the Strait. Which, if you know anything about the Strait of Hormuz, that's like 1% of the daily traffic that we would usually be seeing in the Strait of Hormuz. Hearing an aircraft coming into Tel Aviv. Oh, it's this aircraft here. It's this one we're hearing coming out of Ben Gurion, I believe. Yeah, definitely hear an aircraft there coming out of... Definitely coming out of Ben Gurion Airport, I believe. Yeah, as Gafford says in the live chat here, yeah, I mean, long term, this definitely does affect China and India much more than it does affect the U.S. Again, they are extremely extremely, extremely dependent on that oil coming out of the strait. Krieger says, good to see our regional AWACS is flying over a Turkish city called Batman. This is the second time I saw you guys mention that. Let me take a look here. Yep, NATO 27. NATO 27. I don't see the city of Batman though. I'm not sure what you guys were referring to there. But yeah, NATO 27 is up in the air and circling currently. Too Tall says, was there any truth to a Delta Force raid today? There's been like some reports that have come out saying that again, they may deploy Delta Force, to attempt a covert mission to seize enriched uranium there in Iran. But I've seen no reports of that operation actually being carried out. However, I mean, I doubt we would even know. You could say that. I mean, there would be little to no open source intelligence indicators of that occurring. And the U.S. Definitely would not, again, announce that was occurring until very much after after it had occurred. But so far, I've heard nothing on the matter. Possible, though. Possible. Again, as I mentioned before, in my original assessment of any boots on the ground activity, that's the type of activity we would see. Would be kind of like a limited, again, a limited special operations operation, so to speak, within Iran. As Justice Krieger says, yes, he's right on the, hitting the nail on the head here, so to speak. Nemico Network, he says, ammo prices going up is the equivalent of folks buying out milk and eggs here in the South whenever snow is mentioned. Yes, exactly. Nathan asks, great question. Says, Iran's missile launch frequency still dropping off? Seems to be a lot of alerts still. Yes. We have seen clear indications, clear statistics that those that launch tempo has decreased quite significantly. And a lot of the alerts that we see pop up on platforms like this Red Alert are usually caused by like one or two missiles, only a few missiles going inbound, and more often they're caused from drones that are detected en route to that territory there. Mikey G. Dove makes a great assessment here. A great statement in the live chat. He says, I think any claims of mines were for psychological deterrence to maximize the threat without actually enforcing violence. Yes, 100%. Again, them just saying that they're deploying mines or going and just, say, dropping a few mines here and then maybe taking some pictures of it and posting them across social media is all they need to have an effect on the transiting in the strait, right? They just need to, basically create this idea that they're mining the strait. They don't actually need to mine the strait physically. South of NATO 27, Krieger said. Oh, okay. Oh, I see it. I can't believe I missed that, actually. Yeah, I see it. Circling Batman. Well, circling above Batman. Batman. Krieger says, oh god, how far behind on the chat is Nemico? I was only behind a little bit. Sometimes I scroll up there so I can make sure I'm not missing any of your guys' stuff. I think we're caught up now, though. Andy Haynes, good to see you. Says, thanks again for the stream tonight, Nemico. Appreciate it, Andy. As always, good to see you tuning in. Liquid Light Aerospace says Beirut cameraman moving around. Incoming strike, perhaps? Perhaps. It doesn't look like they've moved the camera very much. Again, in the daytime here, you can see that hospital. That's that hospital there. Again, you can see the pile of rubble on the right side of the screen of that one building that we used a while back for geolocation. And then this is our secondary Beirut feed here. Again, you can see some smoke still rising from some previous strikes that came through. Yeah, too tall. I see that. I saw a couple of those posts floating around. Yeah, I would take those with a grain of salt. Again, we haven't heard anything official yet on that, and again, I haven't seen any other indicators of that besides a few of those random posts floating around. I will say though, it's 100% possible that they conducted an operation though. And if they did, we'll surely know about it probably within the next day or two here, because I don't see the U.S. administration again keeping that one hush hush. They would definitely broadcast that one loud and clear. Dum-Dum says there are 5 U.S. military planes in the air. You're talking about around Israel here? You know, another thing, I haven't seen our Voyager or our drone off of Cyprus. They've been transponder dark the past few days. Yeah, we got 1, 2 tankers taken off. Yeti 11 also took off, and 2 more, so it's 6. Or am I counting wrong here? I'm counting wrong. We got 5. Well, if you want to count this KC-46A, we got 6. This one, though, is heading back into Tel Aviv at the moment. You know, it's also interesting. We haven't seen our Piper or our Skylane or that Triton in recent days out of Qatar. Taking a look at our top track flights here right now, Yeti 11 is coming in at number 1, heading into, again, heading over Jordanian airspace, heading into Iraq. Unless they change course there. And then these are the rest of our tankers here. That's coming in at number 6. And then another KC-135R. Yeah, as LD429 says, when we went live, he says he counted 14. Yeah, there was quite a few when I went live tonight. Yeah, I believe the word that was used earlier was, it was like a conga line. A conga line of refueling aircraft across the Middle East this evening. Enigmatic says, come to think of it, doesn't the non-Hezbollah part of Beirut have any kind of military to defend the area? Or are they just letting Israel target Hezbollah? From all accounts, from all reports, the Lebanese military are, again, trying to cooperate as much as they possibly can with the IDF. Again, they don't like this. They don't like this very much at all. I mean, there are supporters for Hezbollah within Lebanon, but again, the Lebanese government, they don't really want to have anything to do with this. They want to, I mean, for the most part, they want Hezbollah out of the country. And they have, again, publicly stated their support for the IDF campaign there. Yeah, there was even reports in those earlier days, again, like last week, when we were watching a lot of the Beirut cams those nights and we were hearing small arms fire. There were sporadic reports that those were clashes between Lebanese like security forces, like Lebanese military and Hezbollah on the ground in Beirut. Not Ryan. Yeah, I totally agree with you. He says, must be surreal to be a member of one of those, like the crew of those oil tankers, just sitting around in the Persian Gulf / Gulf of Oman, waiting to find out whether or not it's World War III so you can get back to doing your job. Yeah, I agree. It must be pretty surreal, again, to be down there in the... down there just hanging out in one of these congregations of oil tankers or shipping vessels, you know, just standing by, not sure what's going on, or, you know, if your paycheck's going to come into question, or your job, or what. We're still, we're still lagged behind here a little bit on our live UA maps. I'll check. Yeah, still lagged behind here on our live UA maps as well. Yeah, sometimes these kind of get bugged out, and it takes like 12 hours for them to update, and then you start getting all the latest news on them once again. Yeah, as Too Tall says, yep, it is 100% possible. I would not put it again. And if they had conducted any type of like operation with special operators within Iran by now, again, we would not know until days later. But we would definitely know. Again, with how the U.S. has been broadcasting all of their successes within Iran over the past like few weeks here, they would definitely make that known, 100%. And again, as I said before, if there were to be any boots-on-the-ground operations, it would be in a limited capacity like that, again, utilizing those special operations units to go in and hit very specific targets very surgically across Iran. And yes, possibly to do things like secure those enriched uranium stockpiles. Checking our feed here. Yeah, as Too Tall says, the Maduro raid is textbook example of that. Exactly. I'm actually surprised they haven't tried... I was kind of surprised they didn't try to do like a Maduro 2.0 here. But I guess, you know, they assessed that that wouldn't necessarily work. You know, just kidnapping the Ayatollah. You know, and again, we've seen kind of a clear indication of that. The Ayatollah is dead, and again, all you've seen is this huge power vacuum get created, and, you know, even after we've killed all of these different IRGC leaders, there's so many others just to take their place with the same ideology, that simply going and snatching one out of their bed at 3 a.m. in the morning wasn't going to solve this issue here, and that's why they didn't try something like that. However, utilizing those special operations units to maybe secure some more sensitive sites within Iran, definitely on the table. Again, including but not limited to possibly those enriched uranium stockpiles. Got some rain coming down here in Israel at the moment. As you can hear... Oh, I accidentally closed out of that feed. My bad. My bad. Actually, this one needs to be updated. Yeah, there we go. All right, give me 1 second. I'll get that one back up. There we go. There we go. We got it. Rockin' Groove says, in March Mountain in a gym suit? That's the idea. Was it like a Nike tracksuit or something, if I remember correctly? Cameraman's doing his due diligence, cleaning the camera lens there. Yeah, they're getting some rain and fog here in Tel Aviv. Quite a bit. Yeah, if you guys have not already seen the new video I put out, highly recommend you go and watch it. If any of you have not seen it yet, if you could go and give that a watch and hit the like button on that video, I'd highly appreciate it. Again, it's my video on AI-generated images and video, misinformation and propaganda during the war here in the Middle East. The video is called "AI is Lying to You About the Iran War." Again, I did a lot of work, put a lot of work into that video there. Highly recommend you go and check that out. It's live over on the channel right now. Again, it's a great watch. We kind of go. I kind of did it a little bit differently for this video, where kind of during the middle of the video I go into this long deep dive of analysis and kind of show you guys some examples of some of this, not only the AI stuff, but of kind of examples of misinformation and propaganda and different ways that is being spread right now. I show you examples, and I show you how to spot and debunk some of that stuff. I also show you how to, identify some of that AI-generated imagery, and how to, again, debunk it and prove that it is AI imagery and video that you're seeing. I highly recommend you go and watch that video if you have not already. Again, it's a great watch, very informative. I have a couple other videos, again, related to Iran that are in the pipeline at the moment that I'm going to be putting out here in the next few days here. We definitely have one scheduled for Wednesday this coming week. I've been trying to get one out this weekend. If I can get that finished, edited, I'll be putting it out probably in the next, maybe tomorrow, Sunday, or Monday possibly as well. Yeah, put a lot of work into that one. Yeah, that one was, again, I ended up re-recording it like 2 or 3 times to get that perfect. Again, as I kept wanting to go kind of deeper and deeper into analysis. That was originally supposed to be like a 15 to 20 minute video, and it ended up being like almost like a 1 hour video. I think it was like 55-minute runtime or something like that for that video. Put a lot of effort into that one. Give me a second here. I'm just checking the feed. It doesn't look like we've had anything come in yet. I'll refresh it real quick just to make sure. Yeah, nothing new yet on the feed. Yep, Israel is definitely, they've reported that they are reopening schools and other institutions there across Israel. Again, as the volume of strikes from Iran have started to decrease. Again, that is due to their missile launch capacity being affected quite greatly by U.S. and Israeli joint airstrikes there within their country. Too Tall says, I've seen a report of a CRAM being destroyed in Baghdad. From what I read, again, I've seen quite a few reports coming out of that area in Baghdad. The CRAM wasn't destroyed, but one of the radar systems, like a roof-mounted radar system that's used as one of the threat detection, the incoming detection systems for that CRAM that was there, was damaged. The CRAM system itself, like the CRAM weapon system itself, I don't believe was damaged. At least I haven't seen any reports of that so far. But the radar system that detects the incoming for that CRAM was damaged. Jared, no, I have not read that. No, I'll have to check that out. Krieger says, Nemico Network, are we sure this is a live feed of Tel Aviv and not Scotland? Yeah, it's very rainy today in Tel Aviv. Very rainy and foggy. Beirut as well. Beirut's also kind of cloudy and foggy today, as you can see here. Yeah, Tel Aviv. Quite a bit of rain coming down in Tel Aviv today, which is kind of a change from what we've seen. Again, usually it's pretty sunny there. Just check to see if I got anything new coming in for you guys here. You seem to be in a little bit of a lull with news coming in into the feed this evening. Switching over to NASA firms again. For those that weren't here last night, those fires from Karg Island are up on NASA firms. Again, from those strikes that occurred there, some of the fires that broke out subsequently. Of course, you can see a lot of the fires here burning along the coastline in Iran, as a lot of those places have been hit pretty hard as well. And of course, we see, again, fires burning from where strikes have occurred in Dubai, the UAE, and even into Saudi Arabia, and Qatar as well. Again, a lot of fires detected at some of these areas as well, where some of those strikes have occurred. Yeah, a lot of refueling aircraft. These are coming back to... Yeah, these are heading back into Tel Aviv at the moment. These guys are heading out. Yeah, this guy's heading back as well. A lot of activity from those tanker aircraft. Wow, Yeti 11 is clipping. They're already out there. Actually, transponder went off, so... but yeah, they are moving along. Our P-8 Poseidon is nowhere to be seen. That seems to have gone off radar since we've started this stream this evening. We were watching it earlier. It's pretty cool getting to see that operating above Saudi Arabian airspace there. Bubba asks, anything new on the Kurds at the border? They're still moving. I mentioned this earlier, but they're still moving equipment. Over the past 12 hours, again, we've seen sporadic reports of them moving equipment and personnel within Iraq towards the border in Iran. They've been doing that all week. Again, still mobilizing their forces, mobilizing equipment and assets and different logistics towards the border with Iran, again, in preparations for a potential ground incursion there. Again, it remains to be seen how that is going to pan out. Lead Farmer says, I was about to slap that fly on my screen. It's a cursor. Never mind. Yeah, we changed the cursor color here. It's a little bit. I think it's a little bit less annoying and can be more easily visually identified, I think, as I'm giving these reports here. Yeah, again, big shout out to everybody that tuned in on Twitch this evening. Love to see you guys tuning in over there on Twitch. Good to see you. Good to see you. Big shout out to everybody that followed tonight over on Twitch and everybody that subscribed over on YouTube as well. As always, love to see you guys tuning in. Big shout out to everybody that supported the stream at all this evening. Again, with super chats and memberships and stuff like that. Again, guys, really appreciate the support as always. Again, it means a lot. It goes a long way. Again, in helping me continue to bring this content to you guys and improve the content. Again, that I make for you guys here. If you haven't already, again, join our Discord server. There's a link to that in the description below. Again, it's a great place to not only join in the community discussion, but over there you can also get 24/7 open source intelligence updates, analysis, and reports, and our automated feeds, which are, again, our feeds attached to things like X, stuff like that. Our X feed here on x.com/Nemico Networks, which, speaking of which, go ahead and follow us over there on X. There's a link to that in the description below. But yeah, over there in the Discord server, you can not only get... again, news in our automated feeds curated by us, but the community is also hard at work 24/7 aggregating reports from across the web and different data from across the web. It's an excellent, again, resource for reports and news and analysis. And of course, you can join in on that community discussion over there. You can do things like hop into that politics channel and continue your political discussions and debates. You know, again, it's a great place to do that sort of stuff. I just got done revamping the entire Discord. I overhauled the entire Discord over the course of this week. It's been a lot of work. It's been a long time coming. It's been 4 years past due. But we finally got all of that updated. I just actually posted kind of like a change log, so to speak, of all those changes that I made over there in the Discord server. We added over 50 new channels. I actually didn't get a concrete count of how many we added, but new categories, new channels. We removed all of the old bots that were clogging up the channel, and we now have one custom Nemico bot that has consolidated all of the functionality from all of those other bots into one, and it's also tied into our primary rPanel open source intelligence platform as well. Manages the entire server. It does open source intelligence collection, all sorts of fun stuff. And again, I'm still kind of improving that. I'll always be working on that and improving it, and again, pushing it one step in the right direction every day. But yeah, again, we added a whole bunch of great new channels over there. We have a whole new system for tracking critical events and threat elevated events that occur here over in the Discord server. Highly recommend you check it out. Again, there's a link to that in the description below. I am going to be concluding, again, tonight's reports here. As we seem to have reached a little bit of a lull with our incoming news on our feeds. Actually, we did have something here 3 minutes ago. Dozens of acres of homes and farmland were flooded in Walaloo, Hawaii. Not sure if I'm pronouncing that one correctly, according to a local broadcaster there. Other than that, though, again, we're about almost an hour behind here. Again, nothing has come out here in about the past hour. Too Tall Tom says, the floors look nice, and is that a hint of pine I smell in the general chat now? Yeah, we definitely cleaned things up. We definitely cleaned things up and gave it quite a bit of polish. We updated the server rules, a new server frequently asked questions channel. I also have the channel guide for those that use the Discord server. Highly recommend you check out that channel guide because again, it's basically a full featured guide to every channel in the Discord server. It gives you a description of what each one is for, and it even has a handy little link so you can click on those right from that channel, and it'll take you right to the channel that you're looking for. So again, if you're like not sure where something should be posted, go in that channel guide, look through that, and you will find exactly where whatever topic you want to post or talk about, where that channel is located, and you can click that link and it'll take you right to it. So but yeah, I also, again, we have our new role system over there, our new roles and ranks system, which is a lot cleaner and a lot better than it was before. I revamped all of the roles and ranks server-wide. We added new ranks for members and supporters and donors for the channel over there, so they get to reap in the rewards for, again, supporting us here on the channel. We have a new welcome channel as well that's been polished and rebuilt. All sorts of new great stuff over there. We got a whole bunch of channels that were, backed by popular demand. People, again, had been requesting them for quite a while, and I was glad I was able to finally deliver that stuff to you guys. So, EpiMoo, thank you so much for the super chat. Hope you're hanging in there tonight, EpiMoo. Hope you're having a good time. Good seeing you. Good seeing you. Thank you so much. As always, appreciate the support so much, Epi. And again, hope you're having a good time. Hope you're having a good time. Random Krieger says, I'm adding that to the list of poorly pronounced things. What? Oh, you mean the Hawaiian town name here that I just butchered? Apologies for that one. Apologies for that one. That's a whole nother ball game. Whole nother ball game. Again, we will be live tomorrow, again, with ongoing coverage and reports from the situation here in the Middle East. So tune in for that. Again, I will post, as always, I'll post in the Discord server ahead of time to announce when I'll be going live. Might or might not post on the YouTube post section as well. Speaking of the post section over there, if you haven't voted, we do have a poll going over there right now, just trying to get some insight on the notification system for YouTube here. If you can go over there to the post section on YouTube and vote in that poll, that would be highly appreciated. I'm going to be running it for like a week or so here, trying to get some insights into who's getting notifications and who's not getting notifications. As always, if there's links to anything you need, it's probably in the description below. So check that out. Check that out. It's down in the description below. Digit, one of our great mods over there on both the YouTube and the Discord. Thank you so much for the membership, Digit. Highly appreciate it. Speaking of which, again, I like to reiterate this, but got some great stuff coming for you channel members and VIPs. Some VIP/member-only content that we've been working on. I got that stuff coming your way here pretty soon. Again, big shout-outs to everybody that tuned in tonight, both on Twitch and YouTube. As always, it's really great to see you guys tuning in and continuing to stop on by to get your reports and news here from us. As I said before, we will be live again tomorrow, and I'm proud to announce that the OSINT and cam streams have been completed. I've finished, again, kind of tweaking those and putting some work into those, and those will be up here momentarily. So we'll be getting those back up for you guys to watch when I'm not live doing commentary and reports. You'll be able to tune into those and stay updated on what's going on, be able to keep an eye on the cameras and open source intelligence feeds, and join in on the live chats and stuff, and again, kind of get that community discussion going. But yeah, I'll have those up here momentarily. Those are now complete. But Sue's for keeps, good to see you. Benny Hill, good to see you. Not Ryan, thank you. I appreciate you. Random Krieger, as always, good to see you. Epi, Gafford, Bubba, Enigmatic, Liquid Light Aerospace, Shiloh, to everybody that is tuning in right now. Again, so grateful for you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by here tonight. Again, to reiterate, links for everything in the description below. We'll be live again tomorrow. See you then. Go check out the videos on the YouTube channel. Hit the like button wherever you see it. Hit subscribe if you're not subscribed already. Best way to get notified when we go live with new streams or videos. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, stay safe, stay sharp. You're watching Nemico Network.
Nemico.